In the quiet hours when the world settles into stillness, when the noise of daily life fades into the background, we find ourselves face to face with a profound question that has echoed through human consciousness for millennia. Who are you, really? Not the role you play at work, not the persona you present to friends and family, not the image you carefully curate for the world to see, but you, in your most authentic, unguarded, and complete form. This question haunted a Swiss psychiatrist named Carl Gustav Jung throughout his extraordinary life, and his pursuit of an answer revolutionized not just psychology, but our entire understanding of what it means to be human. Tonight, as you settle into this journey of discovery, we embark together on an exploration of Jung's most profound insights into the architecture of the human soul. Jung believed that within each of us lies a universe as vast and mysterious as the cosmos itself. He saw the human psyche not as a simple unified entity, but as a complex landscape of interconnected territories, each with its own character, its own wisdom, and its own essential role in the grand symphony of who we are. Like an iceberg floating in the ocean, what we typically consider to be ourselves, our conscious awareness, represents only the smallest fraction of our total being. The journey toward becoming your true self, what Jung called individuation, is perhaps the most important adventure you will ever undertake. It is a pilgrimage not to some distant land, but to the hidden depths of your own being. It requires courage, for you will encounter aspects of yourself you never knew existed. It demands patience, for this transformation unfolds not in days or months, but across the seasons of an entire lifetime, and it calls for compassion, both for yourself and for the universal human condition we all share. As we begin this exploration, let yourself sink into a state of open receptivity. Whether you are listening with full attention or allowing these words to wash over you as you drift towards sleep, trust that your psyche is already at work, already beginning the subtle process of recognition and integration that Jung observed in his patients and experienced in his own profound inner journey. The wisdom we are about to explore together is not merely intellectual knowledge to be filed away in your mind. It is living truth, meant to be felt, experienced, and gradually embodied as you navigate the complexities of your own unique path toward wholeness. Jung's insights offer us a map for this inner territory, but the journey itself must be walked by you, at your own pace, with your own discoveries lighting the way. Imagine standing at the edge of a vast ocean under a starlit sky. The surface of the water reflects the moon and stars, creating a shimmering dance of light that captures your attention. This luminous surface is beautiful, ever-changing, and seems to contain the entire mystery of the night sky within its gentle movements. Yet beneath this captivating surface lies an entire world, deep and largely invisible, teeming with life and holding secrets that have been accumulating for millions of years. This ocean serves as a perfect metaphor for the human psyche as Jung understood it. The moonlit surface, beautiful and ever-changing though it may be, represents our conscious mind, the part of ourselves we know most intimately. But the vast depths below, largely hidden from our daily awareness, contain the true richness and complexity of who we are. Jung's revolutionary insight was recognizing that consciousness, despite feeling like the entirety of our experience, is actually the smallest part of our psychological reality. Like that moonlit ocean surface, our conscious awareness is where we spend most of our waking hours, but it represents only a thin layer atop something infinitely more profound and mysterious. Your conscious mind is reading or hearing these words right now. It is the part of you that makes decisions about what to have for breakfast, remembers appointments, analyzes problems at work, and engages in conversations with friends. It feels immediate, present, and undeniably real. In many ways, consciousness seems to be the command center of your entire existence, the place where you live and breathe and make sense of the world around you. But Jung discovered something remarkable through his work with thousands of patients and his own deep introspection. He found that consciousness, despite its apparent centrality to our experience, operates more like a spotlight beam in a vast theater. The spotlight illuminates whatever it focuses upon with brilliant clarity, but the rest of the theater, the vast majority of the space, remains in darkness. This does not mean the darkened areas are empty or unimportant. Quite the contrary, they contain the stage machinery, the props, the other actors waiting for their cues, and the entire infrastructure that makes the illuminated performance possible. When Jung wrote about consciousness as the tip of the iceberg, he was pointing to a fundamental truth about human experience. Just as an iceberg's visible portion, though impressive, represents only about 10% of its total mass, our conscious awareness represents only a small fraction of our total psychological reality. The remaining 90%, hidden beneath the surface of awareness, continues to influence, shape, and direct our lives in ways we rarely recognize. This hidden majority of our psyche is not simply empty space or irrelevant material. It contains the accumulated wisdom of our personal history, the inherited patterns of human experience stretching back through countless generations, and the dynamic, creative forces that generate our dreams, our inspirations, and our deepest sense of meaning and purpose. Understanding this relationship between consciousness and the unconscious transforms how we view our daily experiences. That sudden flash of insight that solves a problem you have been wrestling with for weeks, it did not emerge from your conscious thinking alone, but from the vast computational power of your unconscious mind, working on the problem in ways your conscious mind could never accomplish. The dream that provides exactly the guidance you need at a crucial life transition, it arises from deeper sources of wisdom than your everyday rational mind typically accesses. The feeling of being strangely drawn to certain people, places, or activities that seem to offer no logical benefit, these attractions often originate from unconscious patterns that recognize something your conscious mind has not yet understood. Even your most carefully reasoned decisions are influenced by unconscious factors, emotional undercurrents, and archetypal patterns that operate below the threshold of your awareness. This does not diminish the importance of consciousness. Your conscious mind remains the crucial agent of choice, reflection, and directed action in your life. But recognizing its place within the larger ecosystem of your psyche allows you to work with your whole being, rather than limiting yourself to just the visible tip of your psychological iceberg. Within the realm of consciousness lives what Jung called the ego, and understanding the ego correctly is crucial for anyone seeking to become their true self. In popular psychology, the ego has often been portrayed as something to be diminished, transcended, or even eliminated. But Jung's understanding was far more nuanced and ultimately more helpful for those seeking genuine psychological development. The ego, in Jung's framework, is not your enemy or some inflated sense of self-importance that needs to be destroyed. Instead, it is the executive function of consciousness, the part of your psyche responsible for navigating daily life, maintaining your sense of identity, and mediating between your inner world and the external environment. Without a healthy ego, you would be unable to function effectively in the world, maintain relationships, or even maintain a coherent sense of who you are from one day to the next. Think of your ego as the captain of a ship, navigating through the waters of daily existence. The captain must be competent, aware of current conditions, and capable of making decisions that keep the vessel on course and safe from harm. A ship without a capable captain would drift aimlessly, run aground on hidden reefs, or be overwhelmed by storms it could have navigated successfully with proper guidance. Your ego serves similar functions in the realm of psychological life. It maintains your sense of continuity, helping you recognize yourself as the same person who went to sleep last night and who has been accumulating experiences and memories throughout your lifetime. It filters the overwhelming flood of sensory information constantly bombarding you, selecting what deserves conscious attention and what can be processed automatically or ignored entirely. The ego also manages your persona, the face you present to the world in different social contexts. Just as you might dress differently for a job interview than for a casual evening with friends, your ego helps you adjust your presentation of self to match social expectations and achieve your goals in various situations. This is not deception or inauthenticity, but rather skillful adaptation to the complex social environment we all must navigate. Perhaps most importantly, your ego serves as the bridge between your inner psychological world and the external reality of other people, social institutions, and physical limitations. It translates the often symbolic, emotional, and nonlinear communications from your unconscious into forms that can be understood and acted upon in the practical world of daily life. However, like any executive function, the ego can become either too weak or too strong, and either extreme creates problems. An ego that is too weak becomes overwhelmed by unconscious contents, leading to confusion, instability, and difficulty functioning in the world. You might know people who seem to have no clear sense of identity, who are constantly changing their opinions, goals, and even basic personality traits based on whatever influence they encountered most recently. This suggests an ego that lacks sufficient strength and stability to maintain coherence in the face of internal and external pressures. On the other hand, an ego that becomes too strong and rigid cuts itself off from the wisdom and vitality of the unconscious. Such an ego insists on maintaining control over every aspect of experience and resists the natural flow of psychological development. People with overly rigid egos often appear successful and competent on the surface, but they frequently struggle with creativity, meaningful relationships, and a sense of deeper purpose. They may achieve their goals, but find themselves wondering why success feels so empty. The healthy ego, according to Jung, maintains what he called a creative tension with the unconscious. It remains strong enough to function effectively in the world while staying flexible enough to receive and integrate insights, inspirations, and corrective feedback from the deeper layers of the psyche. This relationship requires ongoing attention and adjustment throughout life, as circumstances change and our understanding of ourselves continues to evolve. The identity you carry in your conscious mind, your sense of who you are and what defines you, is not something you simply discovered fully formed within yourself. Instead, it is an ongoing construction project that began in your earliest years and continues to evolve throughout your entire lifetime. Understanding this process of identity construction is essential for anyone seeking to become their true self, because it reveals both the malleability and the limits of conscious identity. In your earliest years, before you even had words to describe yourself, you began receiving messages from your environment about who you were and who you should become. These messages came through the emotional atmosphere of your family, the explicit and implicit expectations placed upon you, the qualities that were praised or criticized in your behavior, and the stories your family told about you and about what kinds of people were valuable in the world. Perhaps you were told you were the smart one, or the artistic one, or the responsible one. Maybe you learned that being quiet and well-behaved brought approval, while expressing strong emotions led to disapproval or rejection. You might have absorbed the message that achievement and productivity determined your worth. Or perhaps you learned that fitting in and not standing out was the key to safety and acceptance. These early messages did not simply bounce off you like water off a duck's back. They became incorporated into the very foundation of your conscious identity. Your young psyche, naturally oriented towards survival and belonging, adapted itself to match the expectations and values of your environment. This adaptation was not a conscious choice made by your rational mind, but an automatic psychological process designed to ensure your physical and emotional survival within your family system. As you grew older, this process continued through your interactions with teachers, peers, religious institutions, media influences, and the broader culture in which you were embedded. Each social context provided additional feedback about what kinds of behavior, thoughts, and even emotions were acceptable or unacceptable, valuable or worthless, normal or abnormal. By the time you reached adulthood, this accumulation of external messages and internal adaptations had crystallized into what felt like your natural, authentic identity. You likely had clear ideas about your personality traits, your strengths and weaknesses, your likes and dislikes, your values and beliefs, and your place in the world. This identity felt so natural and obvious that you might never have questioned whether it truly represented your deepest nature, or whether it was largely a construction built from years of environmental conditioning. Jung's insight was that much of what we consider our conscious identity is indeed this kind of construction, layer upon layer of adaptations to external expectations. This does not make our conscious identity false or worthless, but it does mean that it represents only a partial picture of who we truly are. Like a photograph that captures one moment from one angle with one particular lighting condition, our conscious identity captures real aspects of ourselves while necessarily leaving out vast territories of our potential. The process of constructing conscious identity also involves what Jung called identification. We identify with certain qualities, roles, and characteristics while simultaneously rejecting or remaining unconscious of others. If you identified strongly with being intelligent, you likely rejected or minimized aspects of yourself that seemed to contradict this identity, such as your capacity for illogical intuition or your simple emotional needs. If you built your identity around being helpful and caring, you probably pushed away awareness of your own needs for care or your capacity for healthy selfishness. This process of selective identification creates what Jung called the persona, the mask we wear in social situations. But it also creates a more fundamental split within the psyche, dividing our total potential into acceptable and unacceptable parts, conscious and unconscious elements, owned and rejected aspects of ourselves. Understanding that your conscious identity is largely constructed rather than discovered opens up profound possibilities for growth and transformation. If your identity was built through years of interaction with your environment, then it can also be consciously re-examined and, where necessary, reconstructed in ways that serve your authentic development rather than merely the expectations and limitations of your early conditioning. This does not mean abandoning everything about your current identity or dismissing the genuine insights and valuable qualities you have developed. Rather, it means recognizing that your conscious identity is more like a working hypothesis about yourself than a fixed truth. Like any hypothesis, it can be tested, refined, expanded, and even fundamentally revised as new evidence becomes available. The new evidence in this case comes from increased awareness of your unconscious contents, the parts of yourself that were rejected or never had a chance to develop during the construction of your original identity. As these unconscious elements begin to emerge into consciousness through dreams, projections, creative expressions, and unexpected life experiences, you have the opportunity to expand your identity to include more of your total potential. Beneath the familiar territory of your conscious mind lies your personal unconscious, a realm that contains everything you have experienced but are not currently aware of. This is not simply a storage facility for forgotten memories, though it certainly includes those. The personal unconscious is a dynamic, living system that continues to influence your thoughts, feelings, and behaviors in ways both subtle and profound. Your personal unconscious contains layers upon layers of experiences, accumulated from the moment of your birth and perhaps even before. Some of this material was never consciously registered in the first place. The countless sensory impressions, emotional tones, and environmental influences that shaped your early development before you had the cognitive capacity to process them consciously. Other contents of your personal unconscious were once conscious, but have been forgotten in the natural course of living. The specific details of what you had for lunch 3 weeks ago, the exact words of a conversation with a colleague last month, the particular way the sunlight looked coming through your bedroom window on a Tuesday morning in childhood, all of these experiences have left their traces in your personal unconscious, even though they no longer occupy space in your conscious memory. But perhaps most significant for understanding yourself and your path toward wholeness are the experiences that were actively repressed, pushed down below the threshold of consciousness because they were too painful, too threatening, or too incompatible with your developing sense of identity to remain in awareness. Repression is one of the mind's most important survival mechanisms, especially during childhood when your psychological resources are limited and your dependency on your caregivers is absolute. When a young child experiences something overwhelming, such as trauma, severe disappointment, or even intense love that is not reciprocated appropriately, the psyche often protects itself by removing the experience from conscious awareness. This repression is not a failure or weakness of the mind, but rather an intelligent adaptation that allows the child to continue functioning and developing despite experiencing something they lack the resources to integrate at the time. The repressed material does not disappear. It becomes housed in the personal unconscious, where it continues to exist and exert influence, but without the overwhelming intensity that originally made it impossible to bear in consciousness. Understanding repression helps explain many of the mysterious aspects of adult psychology. Why do certain situations trigger disproportionately strong emotional reactions? Why do some people consistently find themselves in similar, problematic relationships despite their conscious efforts to choose differently? Why do certain environments, music, or sensory experiences evoke inexplicable feelings of sadness, anxiety, or longing? Often, these reactions point toward repressed material in the personal unconscious that is being activated by present circumstances. The current situation resembles something from the past closely enough that the unconscious responds as if the original event is happening again, even though the conscious mind has no memory of the original experience. This dynamic explains why traditional approaches to self-improvement that focus only on conscious reasoning and willpower often fall short of creating lasting change. If the root of a recurring pattern lies in repressed material that the conscious mind cannot access, then conscious effort alone cannot address the source of the problem. Jung found that repressed material has a natural tendency to seek integration back into consciousness, but this process requires the right conditions of safety, support, and readiness on the part of the ego. When these conditions are met, repressed memories and experiences can begin to surface through dreams, emotional reactions, creative expressions, and sudden insights that seem to come from nowhere. The return of repressed material to consciousness is often uncomfortable, even painful, because the original repression usually occurred for good reasons. But Jung observed that this discomfort is typically temporary, while the integration of previously unconscious material leads to increased psychological wholeness, vitality, and authentic self-expression. Among Jung's most practical and immediately useful discoveries was his identification of what he called complexes, autonomous clusters of psychological material within the personal unconscious that operate like semi-independent subpersonalities, each with its own emotional tone, its own agenda, and its own way of viewing the world. A complex typically forms around a core emotional experience, often from childhood, and then attracts related experiences, emotions, memories, and associations throughout your lifetime. Like a psychological magnet, each complex draws to itself anything that resonates with its central theme, gradually building up a substantial collection of material that operates as a coherent unit within your psyche. To understand how complexes work, imagine discovering that your house contains several additional residents you never knew were living there. Each of these residents has their own room, decorated according to their own taste, and filled with their own belongings. Each has their own schedule, their own preferences about food and music and social activities, and their own strong opinions about how the household should be run. Most of the time, you go about your daily life without much awareness of these other residents, but occasionally, perhaps triggered by specific circumstances or stress, one of them suddenly takes over the house. During these episodes, your normal personality seems to disappear, and you find yourself thinking, feeling, and behaving in ways that surprise even you. Later, after your usual personality returns, you might wonder what came over you. This is essentially how complexes operate within the psyche. Most of the time, they remain relatively quiet in the personal unconscious, but when activated by circumstances that resonate with their core theme, they can temporarily take control of consciousness and behavior, causing you to act in ways that seem out of character or contrary to your conscious intentions. For example, someone might have developed a wounded child complex around early experiences of abandonment or rejection. This complex contains not only the original painful experiences, but also all the subsequent situations that felt similar, the defensive strategies developed to avoid further wounding, and the emotional patterns associated with feeling unloved or unwanted. When this complex is activated by present circumstances that echo the original wound, such as a partner seeming distant or a friend not returning phone calls, the person might suddenly find themselves overwhelmed by feelings of desperation, anger, or panic that seem disproportionate to the current situation. They might act in ways designed to prevent abandonment, such as becoming clingy or demanding, or they might preemptively reject others to avoid being rejected first. During these episodes, it is as if the wounded child complex has taken over the steering wheel of consciousness, interpreting everything through its lens of past abandonment and responding with the emotional intensity and behavioral patterns that were developed decades earlier. The adult consciousness, with its capacity for rational assessment and proportionate response, is temporarily offline. Other common complexes include the inner critic that judges and attacks the self with merciless intensity, the perfectionist that demands flawless performance in all areas of life, the rebel that automatically opposes authority regardless of whether the opposition is wise or beneficial, and the caretaker that compulsively takes responsibility for other people's emotions and problems. Jung emphasized that having complexes is not a sign of psychological illness or weakness. Every human being develops complexes as a natural result of living in the world and encountering experiences that are too intense or contradictory to be smoothly integrated into conscious identity. Complexes become problematic only when they remain completely unconscious, and therefore able to hijack consciousness without any awareness or choice on the part of the individual. The goal of psychological development is not to eliminate complexes, which would be impossible and undesirable, but to bring them into enough conscious awareness that you can recognize when they are active and choose how much influence to allow them in any given situation. When you can feel a complex beginning to activate, you gain the option of stepping back, taking a breath, and responding from your centered adult consciousness, rather than being completely taken over by the complex's automatic patterns. This process of recognizing and integrating complexes requires patience and self-compassion because complexes usually developed as protective mechanisms during times when you genuinely needed protection. The wounded child complex, for instance, developed to help you survive emotional abandonment. The inner critic may have formed to help you avoid mistakes that led to punishment or rejection. These patterns served important functions and they deserve respect, even as you work to update them for your current circumstances. The relationship between your conscious mind and your personal unconscious is not a static arrangement, but rather a dynamic, ongoing conversation that continues throughout your entire lifetime. Understanding this relationship and learning to participate in it more consciously is one of the keys to psychological development and the journey toward becoming your true self. In many people, especially during the first half of life, this relationship operates more like a monologue than a dialogue. The conscious mind goes about its business of managing daily life, making decisions, and constructing identity, while the personal unconscious remains largely silent and invisible. Occasionally, unconscious material might break through in dreams, slips of the tongue, or unexpected emotional reactions, but these intrusions are often dismissed as meaningless or unimportant. This one-sided arrangement can work reasonably well during the years when your primary tasks involve establishing yourself in the world, developing competencies, building relationships, and achieving social and professional goals. Your conscious mind, with its capacity for rational analysis and directed action, is well suited for these external challenges. But as Jung observed in his own life and in the lives of his patients, this arrangement often becomes inadequate somewhere around midlife. The strategies and identity that served you well during your 20s and 30s may begin to feel confining or meaningless. You might find yourself asking questions like, Is this all there is? Or who am I really beyond all these roles I play? Or what is the deeper meaning and purpose of my existence? These questions arise from the personal unconscious, where all the unlived aspects of your potential have been waiting patiently for their turn to be expressed. The parts of yourself that were rejected during the construction of your conscious identity, the dreams and aspirations that were deemed impractical or inappropriate, the emotional depths that were considered too risky or inconvenient to explore, all of these begin to assert themselves more forcefully as you mature. This assertion from the unconscious can feel disruptive or even threatening to the established order of your conscious life. You might experience it as a midlife crisis, a period of depression or anxiety, a sudden dissatisfaction with previously satisfying relationships or career choices, or an inexplicable urge to make dramatic changes in your life. But Jung saw these developments not as pathology or failure, but as natural and necessary stages in the lifelong process of psychological development. The unconscious is not trying to destroy your conscious achievements, but rather to expand them, to bring more of your total potential into lived expression. Learning to engage consciously with your personal unconscious requires developing new skills and attitudes that may feel unfamiliar at first. Instead of dismissing dreams as random neural firing, you can begin to pay attention to their imagery and emotional tone, looking for insights into unconscious concerns and compensatory perspectives on your conscious attitudes. Rather than immediately suppressing unexpected emotional reactions, you can pause to ask what these reactions might be telling you about unconscious material that is being activated. Instead of automatically rejecting thoughts or impulses that seem contrary to your established identity, you can explore whether they might represent neglected aspects of yourself that deserve consideration. This process requires what Jung called holding the tension of the opposites. Instead of immediately choosing between your conscious perspective and the contrasting viewpoint arising from your unconscious, you learn to hold both simultaneously, allowing them to interact and potentially synthesize into something new and more complete than either could achieve alone. For example, if your conscious identity centers around being responsible and reliable, you might begin to notice unconscious impulses toward spontaneity and adventure that seem to threaten this identity. Rather than automatically suppressing these impulses or immediately acting on them in ways that could be destructive, you can hold the tension between responsibility and spontaneity, looking for ways to honor both needs in your life. This might lead to discoveries such as finding more creative and fulfilling ways to meet your responsibilities, or creating appropriate containers for adventure that do not undermine your commitments to others. The result is not a compromise that satisfies neither side, but a more complete expression of your personality that integrates previously opposing aspects of yourself. The ongoing dialogue between consciousness and the personal unconscious is facilitated by what Jung called active imagination, a practice of consciously engaging with unconscious contents through imagination, creative expression, and inner dialogue. This is not daydreaming or passive fantasy, but rather a disciplined practice of turning your attention inward and allowing unconscious material to express itself in forms that your conscious mind can understand and work with. As this dialogue develops over time, the boundary between conscious and unconscious becomes more permeable and flexible. You maintain your capacity for rational thought and directed action, but these abilities are enriched by increased access to the creativity, emotional depth, and intuitive wisdom that reside in your personal unconscious. This integration does not eliminate the distinction between conscious and unconscious, but it creates a more collaborative and mutually enriching relationship between these different aspects of your psyche. Beyond your personal unconscious, with its collection of individual memories, complexes, and repressed experiences, Jung discovered something even more profound and mysterious. He called it the collective unconscious, a deeper layer of the psyche that contains the accumulated experience and wisdom of the entire human species, stretching back through countless generations to the very origins of human consciousness itself. The discovery of the collective unconscious emerged from Jung's careful observation of patterns that appeared repeatedly in the dreams, fantasies, and psychological symptoms of his patients, regardless of their cultural background, personal history, or level of education. He began to notice that certain images, themes, and symbolic motifs appeared with remarkable consistency across individuals who had no apparent connection to each other and no obvious source for this shared material in their personal experiences. A patient who had never studied religion might dream of crucifixion imagery during a period of psychological transformation. Someone with no knowledge of alchemy might spontaneously produce drawings filled with symbols that medieval alchemists used to represent the stages of spiritual development. Individuals from completely different cultural backgrounds would describe inner experiences using remarkably similar metaphors and archetypal figures. Even more intriguing, Jung found that these shared symbols and themes appeared not only in the dreams and fantasies of his patients, but also in the myths, fairy tales, religious traditions, and artistic expressions of cultures throughout history and across the globe. The hero's journey, the wise old man, the great mother, the shadow, the process of death and rebirth, these patterns appeared in countless variations across human cultures that had no historical contact with each other. This led Jung to a revolutionary hypothesis. He proposed that beneath the personal layer of each individual's unconscious lies a deeper stratum that is not personal at all, but collective, shared by all members of our species as part of our common evolutionary inheritance. Just as we inherit physical characteristics from our ancestors, Jung suggested, we also inherit psychological patterns, what he called archetypes, that represent the accumulated wisdom and experience of the human species. The implications of this discovery were staggering. It meant that no individual is ever truly alone in their psychological struggles, because the deepest layer of their psyche connects them to the universal human experience. It suggested that the symbols and themes that appear in dreams and fantasies are not random products of individual brain chemistry, but meaningful expressions of timeless human concerns and potentials. It also meant that the process of psychological development and healing could draw upon resources far greater than just personal will and conscious understanding. The collective unconscious contains, in archetypal form, the solutions to psychological problems that humans have been working with for millennia. The wisdom needed for navigating life transitions, integrating opposing forces within the personality, and discovering meaning and purpose in existence is already present within each person's psyche, waiting to be accessed through the right approaches. Jung's discovery of the collective unconscious has profound implications for understanding yourself and your place in the larger human story. Your individual struggles, fears, aspirations, and transformative experiences are not unique aberrations, but particular expressions of universal human themes. This does not diminish the uniqueness of your individual journey, but rather places it within a context of meaning and connection that extends far beyond your personal circumstances. The collective unconscious expresses itself through what Jung called archetypes, universal patterns or templates that shape human experience and development. These archetypes are not specific images or concepts, but rather dynamic patterns of meaning and energy that can manifest through countless particular forms while maintaining their essential character. Think of archetypes as similar to the underlying mathematical principles that govern natural forms. The spiral pattern appears in galaxies, hurricanes, shells, and the arrangement of seeds in a sunflower, but the mathematical principle of the spiral is more fundamental than any of these specific manifestations. Similarly, archetypal patterns appear in countless cultural and individual expressions while remaining essentially the same at their deepest level. The mother archetype, for instance, represents the universal human experience of nurturing, protection, fertility, and unconditional love, but also the potentially devouring, overprotective, and possessive aspects of maternal energy. This archetype manifests differently across cultures and individuals. In some traditions, it appears as the Virgin Mary, in others as Kali or Demeter. In modern contexts, it might appear as the ideal of the perfect mother or the nightmare of the helicopter parent. But beneath all these particular manifestations lies the same essential pattern, the same fundamental dynamic that emerges from the universal human experience of being born from and initially dependent upon maternal care, and later, for those who become parents themselves, the experience of providing such care to the next generation. The hero archetype represents another universal pattern, emerging from the shared human need to face challenges, overcome obstacles, and transform through the process of struggle and eventual triumph. Every culture has hero stories, and every individual faces hero journeys in their own life, moments when they must leave familiar territory, confront difficult challenges, and return transformed with new wisdom or capability. The wise old man or woman archetype embodies the human potential for wisdom, guidance, and deep understanding that comes through experience and inner development. This figure appears as the guru, the sage, the wizard, the grandmother who knows exactly what to say at crucial moments. But it also represents a potential within each person, the capacity to access deeper wisdom than what is available through rational thought alone. The shadow archetype represents everything that consciousness rejects, fears, or fails to acknowledge about itself. Every culture has shadow figures in its mythology, and every individual has a personal shadow containing their own rejected qualities. The shadow is not simply evil or negative, but rather unlived potential, often containing qualities that consciousness has rejected, but that may actually be needed for wholeness. These archetypal patterns provide a kind of psychological DNA that shapes human development and experience. They create the basic templates within which individual personality and cultural expression can unfold. Like biological instincts that guide behavior without conscious thought, archetypes operate as psychological instincts that influence how we perceive, feel, and respond to life situations. Understanding these universal patterns helps explain many aspects of human behavior that might otherwise seem mysterious or irrational. Why do certain stories, films, or books resonate so powerfully across diverse audiences? Often because they activate archetypal patterns that speak to universal human experiences and concerns. Why do people in crisis often dream of similar symbols or have similar kinds of spiritual experiences regardless of their religious background? Because crisis situations activate archetypal patterns that represent the human species' accumulated wisdom about transformation, healing, and renewal. Why do certain relationships trigger such intense and seemingly inexplicable reactions? Often because the other person constellates archetypal energy within us, causing us to respond not just to them as individuals, but to the archetypal pattern they represent in our psyche. The collective unconscious serves as a repository for what Jung called the wisdom of the ages, the accumulated insights and solutions that humanity has developed over millennia of grappling with the fundamental challenges of existence. This wisdom is not stored as abstract knowledge or philosophical concepts, but as living patterns of energy and meaning that can be activated and accessed through the right condition. Consider how a person facing a major life transition might spontaneously dream of crossing bridges, climbing mountains, or journeying through dark forests toward distant lights. They have not consciously chosen these symbols, yet they perfectly capture the psychological reality of transformation, the sense of leaving familiar territory, navigating uncertain and potentially dangerous passages, and moving toward new possibilities that are not yet clearly visible. These symbols arise from the collective unconscious, because the human species has been dealing with major life transitions for countless generations. The accumulated wisdom about how to navigate such passages lives within the archetypal patterns that shape our dreams, our intuitions, and our spontaneous responses to challenging situations. This ancient wisdom often appears most clearly during times of crisis, when the ordinary resources of consciousness prove inadequate and the psyche spontaneously reaches deeper for guidance. People facing serious illness, major losses, spiritual crises, or profound life changes often report dreams, insights, or synchronistic experiences that provide exactly the perspective or encouragement they need, even when their conscious mind had no idea how to proceed. The collective unconscious also contains the species' accumulated understanding of psychological development and healing, the basic patterns of human growth, the stages through which individuals naturally pass as they mature, and the archetypal challenges that must be faced and integrated for psychological wholeness. All of this information lives within each person's psyche as part of their evolutionary inheritance. This is why traditional fairy tales, myths, and spiritual teachings from cultures throughout the world share so many common elements. They are all drawing from the same deep source, the collective unconscious, where the fundamental patterns of human experience and development are stored in archetypal form. The story of the hero who must leave home, face monsters, and return with treasure appears in countless cultural variations because it represents a universal pattern of psychological development. The tales of wise women who live deep in the forest and offer guidance to lost travelers reflect the archetypal pattern of the inner wisdom that becomes available when we venture beyond the familiar territory of our established identity. The ancient wisdom traditions understood this connection between individual development and universal patterns. They created rituals, practices, and teachings designed to help individuals access the deeper layers of their psyche and align their personal development with these archetypal patterns. The vision quest of Native American traditions, the initiation rites found in cultures worldwide, the meditation practices of Eastern spirituality, all of these represent sophisticated technologies for accessing the wisdom of the collective unconscious. In our modern world, we often feel disconnected from this ancient wisdom, believing that we must figure everything out through individual effort and rational analysis. But Jung's discovery reveals that we carry within ourselves the accumulated insights of countless generations who have faced the same fundamental challenges we face today. The specific circumstances may be different, but the underlying psychological patterns remain remarkably consistent. Learning to access this inner wisdom requires developing what Jung called a symbolic attitude, a way of approaching life that recognizes the meaningful patterns underlying surface events. Instead of dismissing dreams as meaningless brain static, we can learn to read them as communications from the collective unconscious about our current psychological situation and the direction of our development. Rather than seeing coincidences as random events, we can notice when external circumstances seem to mirror internal psychological states, recognizing these synchronicities as signs that we are moving in harmony with deeper archetypal patterns. Instead of viewing our struggles as evidence of personal failure, we can understand them as particular expressions of universal human challenges that contain within them the seeds of transformation and growth. The collective unconscious also speaks through our spontaneous creative expressions, our attractions and aversions, our unexpected emotional reactions, and our deep sense of calling or purpose. When we feel mysteriously drawn to certain places, activities, or ways of being, this attraction often represents the activation of archetypal patterns that are seeking expression in our individual lives. This does not mean that we should passively follow every impulse or uncritically accept every dream image as literal guidance. The wisdom of the collective unconscious must be integrated through conscious reflection and careful discernment. But it does mean that we can approach our inner life with respect and curiosity, recognizing that we have access to sources of wisdom far greater than our individual rational mind. As you continue on your journey toward becoming your true self, remember that you are not starting from scratch or working alone. The deepest layer of your psyche connects you to the accumulated wisdom and experience of the entire human species. The challenges you face, the transformations you undergo, and the insights you discover are your unique participation in the ongoing human story of growth, healing, and the quest for wholeness. The patterns and potentials that live within your collective unconscious represent both your inheritance from the past and your contribution to the future. As you integrate these archetypal energies into your conscious life, you not only heal and develop yourself, but you also add your own unique thread to the vast tapestry of human experience that will be inherited by future generations. This understanding can bring a profound sense of meaning and connection to your individual journey. You are not just working on personal problems or pursuing private happiness, but participating in the eternal human quest for consciousness, wholeness, and authentic expression. Your individual development serves not only yourself, but the larger human community and the ongoing evolution of consciousness itself. In the quiet moments of deep reflection, in the midst of challenging life transitions, in the creative expressions that seem to flow through you from some unknown source, you can sense the presence of this ancient wisdom. It whispers to you through your dreams, guides you through your intuitions, and reveals itself through the meaningful coincidences that seem to orchestrate themselves around important life events. Learning to trust and work with this deeper wisdom while maintaining your capacity for rational thought and practical action is one of the key skills of psychological maturity. It requires neither blind faith nor cynical rejection, but rather a kind of sophisticated openness that can discern when the collective unconscious is offering genuine guidance and when it is simply being projected onto external circumstances. As we prepare to explore the specific archetypal patterns that shape human experience, remember that these are not abstract concepts to be understood intellectually, but living energies that are already active within your own psyche. The shadow, the anima and animus, the various archetypal figures that populate the collective unconscious, all of these are aspects of your own deeper nature, seeking integration into your conscious life. The journey toward becoming your true self is ultimately a journey of learning to live in conscious relationship with these deeper layers of your being. It requires courage to face the unknown territories within yourself, patience to allow the slow process of integration to unfold, and wisdom to distinguish between the voice of authentic inner guidance and the chatter of personal fears and desires. But as countless individuals throughout history have discovered, this journey leads to a kind of fulfillment and authenticity that cannot be achieved through external accomplishments alone. It is the path toward what Jung called individuation, the lifelong process of becoming who you truly are at the deepest level, beyond all the roles and personas and social expectations that may have shaped your surface identity. In the architecture of your psyche, the conscious mind, personal unconscious, and collective unconscious work together as an integrated system designed to support your growth and development throughout your entire lifetime. Understanding this architecture provides you with a map for navigating the sometimes confusing terrain of inner experience and a framework for making sense of the mysterious but meaningful events that mark the journey toward psychological wholeness. As you rest now, whether in deep contemplation or gentle sleep, allow these ideas to settle into the deeper layers of your awareness. Let your unconscious mind begin the work of integration, drawing connections between these concepts and your own lived experience. Trust that this process will continue even when your conscious attention is focused elsewhere, gradually transforming your understanding of yourself and opening new possibilities for authentic expression and genuine fulfillment. The foundation has been laid for the deeper explorations that await us. In the territory we have mapped together, you can see the vast landscape of your own psychological reality, stretching from the familiar shores of consciousness down through the personal depths of your individual history, to the timeless ocean of the collective unconscious, where the wisdom of all humanity flows like an endless river, carrying insights and inspirations from the distant past toward an unknown but promising future. Rest now in the knowledge that you are part of something infinitely larger than your individual concerns, while simultaneously recognizing that your individual journey matters deeply within this larger context. Your conscious mind, your personal unconscious, and your connection to the collective unconscious all have essential roles to play in the unfolding story of who you are becoming. The adventure of discovering your true self has only just begun, and the resources you need for this journey are already present within the magnificent architecture of your own psyche, waiting to be recognized, honored, and consciously integrated into the ongoing masterpiece of your authentic life. As we continue deeper into the landscape of Jung's profound insights, we arrive at perhaps his most challenging and transformative concept, the shadow. This is not the shadow cast by your body in sunlight, but the psychological shadow that follows you everywhere you go, containing everything about yourself that you have rejected, denied, or simply never allowed to see the light of consciousness. If the journey toward becoming your true self were a fairy tale, encountering your shadow would be the moment when you must face the dragon, venture into the dark forest, or descend into the underworld. It is the part of the journey that cannot be bypassed or avoided, for the treasure you seek, your authentic wholeness, lies hidden within the very territory you have spent your lifetime avoiding. The shadow represents one of Jung's most practical and immediately relevant discoveries, because it affects every relationship you have, every decision you make, and every aspect of your daily experience in ways that remain invisible until you learn to recognize its influence. Tonight, as we explore this hidden dimension of your psyche, you may find yourself uncomfortable at times, recognizing aspects of yourself that you have preferred to keep hidden even from your own awareness. This discomfort is not a sign that you are doing something wrong, but rather evidence that you are approaching something real and significant. The shadow does not contain only negative or destructive elements, despite its ominous name. It also holds tremendous creative potential, vitality, and qualities that were rejected not because they were bad, but because they did not fit the image of who you thought you should be. To understand your shadow, imagine that as you grew up, you were constantly sorting through your natural impulses, emotions, and characteristics, placing them into two piles. One pile contained everything that seemed acceptable, valuable, and compatible with the image of yourself that you were developing. The other pile received everything that seemed unacceptable, dangerous, or incompatible with who you thought you should be. The first pile became the foundation of your conscious identity, the aspects of yourself that you own, acknowledge, and express freely in the world. The second pile did not disappear. Instead, it became your shadow, a hidden collection of rejected qualities that continues to exist within your psyche, influencing your thoughts, feelings, and behaviors in ways that operate completely outside your conscious awareness. This process of sorting and rejecting begins very early in life, often before you even have words to describe what is happening. As a young child, you naturally express the full spectrum of human emotions and behaviors. You might have been selfish and generous, angry and loving, bold and frightened, all within the span of a single afternoon. This was not inconsistency, but wholeness, the natural expression of your complete psychological potential. But your environment, with its spoken and unspoken rules about what kinds of behavior were acceptable, began to shape this natural expression. Perhaps anger was not tolerated in your family, so you learned to push down your aggressive impulses and present only your gentle, agreeable side. Maybe vulnerability was seen as weakness, so you rejected your need for comfort and support, developing instead an image of complete self-sufficiency. The messages you received about what was acceptable came not only through direct criticism or praise, but also through the subtle emotional atmosphere of your environment. You absorbed information about what kinds of people were valued, what emotions were safe to express, what behaviors led to approval or rejection, and what aspects of yourself needed to be hidden in order to maintain belonging and love. This sorting process was not a conscious choice made by your rational mind, but an automatic survival mechanism. Your young psyche, oriented toward maintaining connection with your caregivers, naturally adapted itself to match their expectations and the broader cultural values they represented. The aspects of yourself that seemed to threaten this essential connection were pushed into the unconscious, where they could continue to exist without endangering your psychological and physical survival. But here is what your developing consciousness could not understand at the time. The qualities that were rejected and consigned to your shadow were not eliminated from your personality. They simply went underground, where they continued to live and grow in the darkness of the unconscious, waiting for opportunities to express themselves in disguised or unexpected ways. Your shadow contains not only the qualities you personally rejected, but also the aspects of human nature that your culture, your family system, your religious tradition, or your social class deemed unacceptable. If you grew up in a culture that valued rationality above emotion, your shadow likely contains rich emotional depths that were never allowed full expression. If your family prized harmony and avoided conflict, your shadow probably holds significant aggressive and assertive energy that was deemed too disruptive for conscious acknowledgement. This means that your shadow is shaped not only by your individual psychology, but also by the collective values and blind spots of the groups to which you belong during your formative years. Understanding this helps explain why shadow work often involves reclaiming not just personal qualities, but also aspects of human nature that were collectively devalued by your social environment. The tragedy of shadow formation is that many of the qualities that get rejected are not inherently negative or destructive. They are often simply inconvenient, socially challenging, or threatening to the established order of things. Your shadow might contain your natural wildness, your capacity for passionate intensity, your artistic sensitivity, your spiritual yearning, or your fierce independence, all banished not because they were bad, but because they did not fit the narrow definition of acceptability that governed your early environment. As you matured and moved through different social contexts, this process of rejection continued. The professional world might have required you to suppress your playful, spontaneous side. Romantic relationships might have demanded that you hide your need for solitude and independence. Social expectations might have forced you to reject your unconventional interests or your questioning attitude toward authority. Each time you encountered a situation where some aspect of your natural expression seemed incompatible with your goals or your environment, you faced a choice. You could either find creative ways to honor and integrate these aspects of yourself, or you could push them into your shadow, where they would be safely hidden but also cut off from conscious expression. Most people, lacking guidance about how to navigate these challenges, choose the path of rejection and suppression. Over the years, their shadow grows larger and more powerful, containing an ever-increasing collection of unlived life, unexpressed potential, and denied aspects of their complete humanity. The formation of your personal shadow cannot be understood apart from the cultural context in which it developed. Every culture, every historical period, and every social group has its own collective shadow, consisting of the qualities, emotions, and behaviors that are deemed unacceptable or dangerous by that particular society. In cultures that highly value individual achievement and competition, the shadow often contains qualities like vulnerability, interdependence, and the acknowledgement of personal limitations. In societies that prize harmony and conformity, the shadow typically holds rebellious impulses, creative nonconformity, and the courage to stand alone when necessary. Religious traditions contribute their own specific patterns to shadow formation. In cultures influenced by Christianity, the shadow often contains sexuality, anger, pride, and other qualities that have been labeled as sinful or spiritually dangerous. In traditions that emphasize detachment and transcendence, the shadow might hold passionate engagement with life, material desires, and the full embrace of human emotions. Professional cultures also shape shadow formation in predictable ways. In corporate environments that reward logical analysis and emotional control, the shadow often contains intuitive ways of knowing, emotional sensitivity, and creative approaches that cannot be easily quantified or defended through rational argument. In academic settings that prize intellectual achievement, the shadow might hold practical wisdom, embodied knowledge, and ways of understanding that emerge through direct experience rather than scholarly study. Gender conditioning creates some of the most pervasive and damaging patterns of shadow formation. In cultures that define masculinity through strength, independence, and emotional control, men often develop shadows that contain their capacity for vulnerability, their need for emotional support, their nurturing instincts, and their natural sensitivity. Women, in cultures that define femininity through accommodation, emotional availability, and self-sacrifice, often carry straight shadows filled with healthy aggression, clear boundaries, ambitious drives, and the capacity to prioritize their own needs. These culturally imposed patterns of shadow formation create what Jung called the problem of the opposite. Because cultures tend to overvalue certain qualities while completely rejecting their opposites, individuals are forced to become psychologically lopsided, developing some aspects of their personality to an extreme degree while completely suppressing the balancing qualities that would create wholeness. Understanding the cultural dimension of shadow formation helps explain why certain types of shadow work feel especially challenging or threatening. When you begin to reclaim aspects of yourself that were rejected not just by your personal psychology, but by your entire cultural environment, you may experience a sense of betraying your family, your community, or the values that shaped your identity. This cultural resistance to shadow integration is one of the reasons why authentic psychological development often feels lonely or isolating. As you begin to embrace previously rejected aspects of yourself, you may find that you no longer fit as neatly into the social categories and expectations that once provided a sense of belonging and identity. But this temporary sense of displacement is often necessary for discovering who you truly are beyond the limitations imposed by cultural conditioning. As you integrate your shadow, you become a more complete human being, capable of accessing the full spectrum of human qualities rather than being limited to the narrow range that happen to be valued by your particular cultural environment. The process of recognizing cultural influence on shadow formation also reveals the arbitrary nature of many of the rejections you have internalized. Qualities that seem obviously negative or unacceptable within your cultural context might be highly valued and celebrated in other societies. Your capacity for directness might be seen as rude in a culture that values indirect communication, but as refreshingly honest in a culture that prizes straightforward expression. This recognition does not mean that all cultural values are meaningless or that you should reject every aspect of your social conditioning. Rather, it means developing the capacity to distinguish between cultural messages that serve your authentic development and those that force you to reject essential aspects of your nature. As you engage in shadow work, you are not only reclaiming rejected aspects of your personal psychology, but also participating in a larger cultural healing process. Every individual who successfully integrates their shadow helps to expand the range of human qualities that can be accepted and valued by their community. The fear of encountering your own shadow runs much deeper than simple embarrassment or social concern. It touches on some of the most fundamental anxieties of human existence, fears that are rooted in our earliest experiences of vulnerability and our ongoing need for connection and acceptance. At the most basic level, you fear your shadow because it contains everything that once threatened your survival. As a dependent child, maintaining the love and approval of your caregivers was not just emotionally important, but literally a matter of life and death. The aspects of yourself that were rejected during your early development became associated with the terror of abandonment, the fear of being unloved, unacceptable, and ultimately alone in a dangerous world. Even though you are now an adult with the capacity to care for yourself and form new relationships, these early associations between rejected qualities and existential threat continue to operate in your unconscious. When you begin to approach your shadow, these primitive fears are activated, creating resistance that can feel overwhelming and completely irrational. Your ego, the executive function of consciousness that is responsible for maintaining your sense of identity and managing your interactions with the world, views the shadow as a fundamental threat to its carefully constructed order. Your ego has invested tremendous energy in creating and maintaining an image of who you are, and the shadow contains everything that contradicts this image. If your conscious identity centers around being a good person, your shadow contains your capacity for selfishness, manipulation, and cruelty. If you see yourself as strong and independent, Your shadow holds your neediness, your fears, and your longing for support. If you pride yourself on being rational and controlled, your shadow contains your emotional intensity, your irrational impulses, and your chaotic creativity. From the ego's perspective, acknowledging these contradictory qualities threatens to destroy the coherent sense of self that provides stability and direction in daily life. The ego fears that if you truly embrace your shadow, you will become someone completely different, someone unrecognizable and unacceptable both to yourself and to others. This fear is not entirely irrational. Shadow integration does involve a fundamental transformation of identity, a movement away from the narrow, one-sided development that characterizes the first half of life toward a more complete and authentic expression of your total potential. This transformation can be disorienting and temporarily destabilizing, as old patterns of self-understanding are challenged and new possibilities emerge. Another source of shadow fear emerges from the power that you sense within your rejected qualities. Many of the impulses, emotions, and capacities that were consigned to your shadow were rejected precisely because they were too strong, too intense, or too potentially disruptive to be safely integrated into your developing personality. Your shadow might contain rage that feels murderous in its intensity, sexual desires that seem uncontrollably powerful, creative impulses that threaten to overturn your entire rational life plan, or spiritual yearnings that call into question everything you have built your identity upon. The fear is not just that these forces exist within you, but that if you acknowledge them, they will take over completely, destroying the carefully constructed life you have built. This fear of being overwhelmed or possessed by shadow contents is particularly strong in individuals who have developed very controlled, disciplined, conscious personalities. Having spent years learning to manage their impulses and maintain appropriate behavior, they fear that any loosening of conscious control will result in chaos and destruction. The fear of your shadow is also connected to the fear of what others will think if they discover your hidden aspects. You may worry that if people knew about your angry thoughts, your selfish desires, your sexual fantasies, your secret fears, or your forbidden wishes, they would reject you completely. This fear of social judgment and abandonment recreates the original childhood terror that motivated the shadow formation in the first place. Additionally, many people fear their shadow because they have been taught to equate acknowledgement with endorsement. They believe that if they admit to having certain thoughts, feelings, or impulses, they are somehow approving of them or committing to acting on them. This confusion between recognition and permission creates enormous resistance to honest self-examination. But Jung discovered that the opposite is actually true. The qualities that remain unconscious and unacknowledged are far more likely to emerge in destructive or inappropriate ways than those that are consciously recognized and integrated. When you deny the existence of your aggressive impulses, they may leak out through passive-aggressive behavior, sarcasm, or sudden explosions of anger. When you refuse to acknowledge your neediness, it may express itself through manipulative behavior or chronic dissatisfaction in relationships. The fear of your shadow is also connected to a fundamental misunderstanding about the nature of darkness itself. In our culture, darkness has become associated almost exclusively with evil, danger, and destruction. But psychological darkness, like the darkness of night or the darkness of the womb, is also the place where growth, creativity, and transformation occur. Your shadow contains not only your capacity for destruction, but also your capacity for passion, creativity, authentic power, and deep wisdom. The qualities that were rejected during your development often include some of your greatest strengths and most valuable potentials, banished not because they were evil, but because they were too powerful, too inconvenient, or too threatening to the established order of things. Understanding that your shadow contains gold as well as lead, treasure as well as danger, helps to reframe the encounter with your hidden aspects from a battle to be won into a treasure hunt to be undertaken with curiosity and courage. One of the most practical and immediately useful aspects of shadow work involves learning to recognize when you are projecting your own rejected qualities onto other people. Projection is the unconscious mechanism by which you see your own shadow characteristics in others while remaining blind to their presence within yourself. This process happens automatically and unconsciously. Your psyche, unable to acknowledge certain qualities within yourself, attributes them to other people instead. You become acutely aware of these qualities in others, often reacting to them with intensity that seems disproportionate to the actual situation. The people who trigger your strongest negative reactions are often carrying projections of your own shadow material. The colleague whose arrogance infuriates you may be reflecting your own disowned pride and ambition. The family member whose neediness drives you crazy might be mirroring your own rejected vulnerability and desire for care. The friend whose selfishness you constantly criticize could be showing you your own unexpressed capacity for healthy self-interest. Learning to recognize these projections requires developing what Jung called the suspicious attitude toward yourself. Instead of immediately assuming that your intense reactions to others are simply responses to their problematic behavior, you learn to ask whether they might also be pointing towards something within your own psyche that deserves attention. This does not mean that other people's difficult behavior is purely a projection of your own issues. People can genuinely behave in problematic ways that deserve appropriate responses. But when your reaction carries an emotional charge that seems to exceed what the situation objectively warrants, or when you find yourself obsessively thinking about someone else's faults, these are often signs that projection is involved. The intensity of your reaction provides a clue to the presence of projection. When you encounter someone who embodies qualities that you have fully integrated within yourself, you can usually respond to their behavior with relative equanimity. You might disagree with their choices or find their behavior inappropriate, but you are unlikely to experience the kind of burning indignation or obsessive preoccupation that characterizes projection. But when someone embodies qualities that exist within your own shadow, your reaction tends to be much more intense and persistent. You may find yourself unable to stop thinking about their behavior, continuing to feel angry or disturbed long after the actual interaction has ended. You might feel compelled to tell others about their problematic qualities, seeking validation for your negative assessment of their character. Projection also reveals itself through what you most admire in others, though this is often harder to recognize because positive projections feel so pleasant. The qualities that you most idealize in other people often represent positive aspects of your own shadow, parts of your potential that you have rejected because you believed you could never embody them yourself. If you are deeply moved by someone's courage, it may be because courage exists within your own shadow, rejected perhaps because your early environment punished bold action or independent thinking. If you find yourself in awe of someone's creativity, it might be because your own creative potential was banished to the shadow after being dismissed as impractical or self-indulgent. Positive projections can be just as limiting as negative ones because they prevent you from recognizing and developing your own potential. When you believe that certain qualities can only exist in special other people, you cut yourself off from discovering these same qualities within yourself. The process of recognizing and withdrawing projections begins with honest self-examination. When you find yourself strongly reacting to someone else's behavior, you can ask yourself questions like, what is it about this person's behavior that bothers me so much? Do I ever act in similar ways, perhaps in different contexts or in more subtle forms? What would it mean about me if I acknowledged having some of these same qualities? This inquiry requires considerable humility and courage, because it means acknowledging aspects of yourself that you have spent considerable energy denying or avoiding. It also requires distinguishing between taking responsibility for your own projections and taking inappropriate responsibility for other people's behavior. And withdrawing projections does not mean excusing harmful behavior or failing to maintain appropriate boundaries. It means recognizing the difference between what belongs to the other person and what belongs to you, responding to their actual behavior while also taking responsibility for the intensity of your own reaction. As you become more skilled at recognizing projections, your relationships begin to change in profound ways. You become less reactive and more responsive, able to see other people more clearly rather than through the lens of your own projected material. You also become more compassionate, both toward others and toward yourself, as you recognize that everyone is struggling with their own shadow material and their own process of becoming whole. The practice of recognizing projections also serves as a powerful tool for shadow integration. Every time you successfully recognize and withdraw a projection, you have the opportunity to reclaim a previously rejected aspect of yourself. This does not mean immediately acting on every impulse or thought, but rather acknowledging these aspects of your nature and finding appropriate ways to integrate them into your conscious life. One of Jung's most revolutionary insights about the shadow was his recognition that it contains not only negative or destructive qualities, but also tremendous creative potential and valuable characteristics that were rejected for reasons that had nothing to do with their inherent worth. The shadow holds what Jung called the gold in the dark, precious aspects of your personality that were buried not because they were bad, but because they were inconvenient, threatening to others, or incompatible with the narrow range of acceptable behavior in your early environment. Consider the child who is naturally highly sensitive, able to feel the emotional atmosphere of a room and respond to subtle cues that others miss entirely. In a family or culture that values toughness and emotional control, this sensitivity might be consistently criticized or discouraged. The child learns to suppress this capacity, pushing it into the shadow where it cannot cause further problems or attract unwanted attention. But sensitivity, when properly developed and integrated, can become a tremendous gift. It can develop into powerful intuitive abilities, deep empathy, artistic talent, or the capacity to sense what others need before they ask. The rejection of sensitivity in childhood does not eliminate these potentials. It simply drives them underground, where they cannot be consciously developed and refined. Similarly, a child's natural assertiveness and willingness to challenge authority might be systematically discouraged in an environment that demands compliance and harmony. This assertive energy gets pushed into the shadow, where it may later emerge as passive-aggressive behavior, chronic resentment, or explosive anger. But when properly integrated, healthy assertiveness becomes the capacity to set appropriate boundaries, stand up for important principles, and provide leadership when circumstances require it. Your shadow often contains the very qualities that could most enrich your life and contribute to your authentic success and fulfillment. The wild creativity that seemed too disruptive for your controlled family environment might be exactly what your adult life needs to break free from stagnation and routine. The fierce independence that was discouraged in your youth might be precisely what you need to follow your own path rather than constantly seeking approval from others. The emotional intensity that was deemed too much for your environment to handle might contain the passion and depth that could transform your relationships and your creative work. The unconventional thinking that was rejected as weird or inappropriate might hold the innovative perspectives that could solve problems in your personal life or professional field. Recognizing the gold in your shadow requires a fundamental shift in perspective. Instead of viewing your rejected qualities as evidence of your badness or inadequacy, you begin to see them as aspects of your nature that were not properly understood, developed, or integrated during your earlier development. This shift in perspective often comes with a sense of grief for the years that these potentials have been unavailable to you. You may find yourself mourning the creativity that was never expressed, the leadership that was never exercised, the passion that was never allowed to flow freely, or the authentic self-expression that was consistently suppressed. But this grief, though painful, is also healing. It represents the beginning of a reclamation process, the start of a journey toward recovering and integrating these lost aspects of yourself. The qualities that were rejected in childhood or adolescence do not have to remain forever unavailable. They can be rediscovered, refined, and integrated into your adult personality in ways that honor both their essential nature and the wisdom you have gained through experience. The process of mining the gold from your shadow often requires reimagining these qualities in more mature and sophisticated forms. The rebelliousness that was problematic in childhood might mature into the courage to question conventional wisdom and forge your own path. The selfishness that was criticized in your youth might develop into healthy self-care and the ability to honor your own needs without sacrificing your capacity for genuine generosity. The anger that was deemed unacceptable might transform into the fierce energy needed to protect what you value and create necessary changes in your life. The vulnerability that was seen as weakness might become the openness that allows for deep intimacy and authentic connection with others. This transformation does not happen automatically or without conscious effort. It requires what Jung called active imagination, the willingness to engage consciously with these rejected aspects of yourself, to dialogue with them, understand their needs and concerns, and find appropriate ways for them to be expressed in your current life. It also requires patience and experimentation. Qualities that have been suppressed for years or decades do not immediately integrate smoothly into your conscious personality. There is usually a period of awkwardness and adjustment as you learn how to express these aspects of yourself in ways that feel authentic, but also appropriate to your current circumstances and relationships. But the effort invested in this integration process pays dividends that extend far beyond personal satisfaction. When you reclaim the gold in your shadow, you become more creative, more vital, more authentic, and more capable of contributing your unique gifts to the world. You also become more complete as a human being, able to access a fuller range of responses to life's challenges and opportunities. Shadow integration is not a theoretical exercise, but a practical, ongoing process that requires specific techniques and approaches. Unlike some aspects of psychological development that happen primarily through insight and understanding, shadow work demands experiential engagement with the rejected aspects of your personality. The first step in practical shadow work involves developing what Jung called conscious suffering. This means learning to tolerate the discomfort that arises when you encounter aspects of yourself that contradict your preferred self-image. Instead of immediately pushing away uncomfortable realizations about yourself, you learn to sit with them, to feel the anxiety, shame, or fear that they generate without automatically moving to eliminate these feelings. This capacity for conscious suffering is essential because shadow integration necessarily involves a temporary increase in psychological tension. As you begin to acknowledge previously rejected aspects of yourself, your sense of identity becomes less stable and coherent. You may feel confused about who you really are or worried about how others will respond to your emerging authenticity. Developing tolerance for this uncertainty and discomfort allows the natural process of integration to unfold without being derailed by your ego's attempts to restore the familiar but limited sense of self that existed before you began this work. Active imagination provides one of the most powerful techniques for engaging directly with shadow material. This involves setting aside time for focused inner dialogue with the aspects of yourself that you have rejected or never fully acknowledged. You might imagine yourself in conversation with your inner critic, your hidden rebel, your suppressed wild child, or whatever shadow figures seem most active in your current life. During these inner dialogues, you approach these rejected aspects of yourself with curiosity rather than judgment, seeking to understand their perspective, their needs, and their concerns. You might ask your inner critic what it is trying to protect you from, or inquire about what your suppressed rebel really wants for your life. These conversations are not mere fantasy or wishful thinking, but serious psychological work that can reveal important information about your unconscious motivations and unexpressed potentials. The key is to approach these inner figures as real aspects of your psyche that have been forced underground, but that continue to influence your thoughts, feelings, and behaviors. Dream work provides another essential avenue for shadow integration. Your dreams regularly present you with images, scenarios, and characters that represent different aspects of your shadow. Learning to work with dream material can accelerate the process of recognizing and integrating these rejected parts of yourself. When you dream of being chased by a threatening figure, this pursuer often represents a shadow aspect that you have been trying to avoid. Instead of continuing to run from this figure in your dreams or dismissing the dream as meaningless, you can use active imagination to turn around and face the pursuer, asking what it wants from you and what it represents in your waking life. Dreams also often present you with scenarios where you behave in ways that shock or embarrass your conscious mind. You might dream of being cruel, sexually inappropriate, irresponsibly spontaneous, or otherwise acting in ways that contradict your conscious values. Rather than dismissing these dreams as random neural firing, you can explore what these dream behaviors might represent about unlived aspects of your personality. Creative expression offers another powerful pathway for shadow integration. Whether through writing, painting, music, dance, or any other creative medium, you can give form and expression to aspects of yourself that have been rejected or suppressed. The creative process often bypasses the conscious mind's censorship mechanisms, allowing shadow material to emerge in forms that can be safely explored and gradually integrated. You might write stories from the perspective of your inner rebel, create paintings that express your hidden emotional intensity, or compose music that embodies the wild spontaneity that your controlled, conscious personality keeps carefully contained. These creative expressions do not commit you to acting out these qualities in potentially destructive ways, but they do provide safe containers for acknowledging and exploring their presence within your psyche. Bodywork and movement practices can also facilitate shadow integration, especially for individuals who have rejected qualities related to sexuality, aggression, vulnerability, or emotional expressiveness. Many shadow qualities are held not just in the mind, but in the body, in patterns of tension, restriction, and inhibited movement. Practices such as dance, martial arts, yoga, or massage can help release these held patterns and allow previously suppressed energies to flow more freely. The key is approaching these practices with awareness of their psychological dimensions, not just their physical benefit. Relationship provides perhaps the most challenging but also the most transformative arena for shadow integration. As you begin to recognize and reclaim rejected aspects of yourself, you will inevitably need to renegotiate your relationships with others. This might involve setting boundaries that you previously avoided, expressing emotions that you have habitually suppressed, or revealing aspects of yourself that you have kept hidden. This process can be particularly challenging in intimate relationships, where your partner has become accustomed to relating to your familiar persona rather than your emerging wholeness. It requires great skill to communicate about your changing sense of self without destabilizing the relationship or using your personal growth process as an excuse for harmful behavior. The key to successful shadow integration in relationships is taking responsibility for your own process while maintaining respect for others' boundaries and needs. You can acknowledge and integrate your capacity for anger without becoming abusive. You can reclaim your need for independence without abandoning your commitments to others. You can embrace your sexuality without betraying trust or violating agreement. Shadow integration is ultimately about expanding your range of conscious choice rather than simply acting out previously suppressed impulses. As you reclaim rejected aspects of yourself, you gain access to a fuller spectrum of responses to life's challenges and opportunities. You become more flexible, more creative, and more capable of responding authentically to whatever circumstances arise. When aspects of your personality remain split off and unacknowledged in your shadow, they do not simply lie dormant, waiting for you to discover them. Instead, they continue to operate autonomously, influencing your choices and behaviors in ways that can undermine your conscious goals and create seemingly inexplicable patterns of self-sabotage. The unconscious mind has its own intelligence and its own agenda, and when parts of your personality are rejected by consciousness, they often find indirect ways to express themselves and assert their needs. This can create a psychological situation where you consciously pursue one goal while unconsciously working against your own success. Consider someone who has built their identity around being helpful, accommodating, and selfless, while rejecting their own capacity for healthy selfishness and personal ambition. Consciously, this person may work hard toward professional success, seeking advancement and recognition, but their unintegrated shadow, which contains their rejected ambition and competitive instincts, may sabotage these efforts through subtle but persistent self-defeating behaviors. They might consistently arrive late to important meetings, forget to follow up on crucial opportunities, or make small mistakes that undermine their professional reputation. Their conscious mind experiences these behaviors as unfortunate accidents or evidence of personal inadequacy, not recognizing them as expressions of their rejected, ambitious self that refuses to be completely suppressed. The unconscious logic behind this self-sabotage might be, if I cannot consciously own my ambition and competitive nature, then I will ensure that I never have to confront these aspects of myself by preventing any real success that might activate them. The shadow, unable to express itself directly, creates circumstances that protect the conscious identity from having to acknowledge its existence. This pattern of unconscious sabotage can manifest in countless ways. Someone who has rejected their capacity for anger might unconsciously create situations that provoke others to express the anger they cannot access themselves. They may consistently choose partners who are volatile and explosive, providing vicarious expression for their own suppressed rage, while maintaining their conscious identity as someone who never gets angry. A person who has banished their need for care and support to their shadow might unconsciously create crises that force others to take care of them. They may develop mysterious illnesses, create financial emergencies, or make poor decisions that require rescue from friends or family members. Their conscious mind experiences these events as unfortunate circumstances beyond their control, not recognizing them as their shadow's attempt to get its needs met. The unconscious sabotage created by an unintegrated shadow often targets the areas of life where you most want to succeed or be happy. This is because success and happiness in these areas would require you to confront and integrate the very qualities that you have worked so hard to reject. Someone who desperately wants a loving relationship but has rejected their own capacity for vulnerability and emotional openness may unconsciously choose partners who are emotionally unavailable, create conflicts that destroy potential intimacy, or sabotage relationships just as they begin to deepen. Their conscious mind experiences this pattern as bad luck or evidence that they are unlovable, while their shadow protects them from having to risk the vulnerability that real intimacy would require. The tragedy of unconscious sabotage is that it often prevents you from achieving the very things that would bring you the most fulfillment and satisfaction. The parts of yourself that you have rejected often contain the keys to your deepest desires and most authentic goals. But as long as they remain unconscious, they work against, rather than for, your conscious aspirations. Breaking free from patterns of unconscious sabotage requires first recognizing that these patterns exist, and then developing the courage to investigate what rejected aspects of yourself might be expressing themselves through self-defeating behaviors. This investigation often reveals that what you have been experiencing as personal weakness or external bad luck is actually the intelligent action of your own psyche, attempting to restore balance and wholeness. Understanding the logic of unconscious sabotage can transform your relationship to your apparent failures and setbacks. Instead of viewing them as evidence of your inadequacy or the world's hostility, you can begin to see them as communications from your unconscious about what needs attention and integration. This shift in perspective opens up possibilities for working with rather than against your own psychological complexity. Instead of fighting against self-sabotaging behaviors through willpower and conscious control, you can explore what these behaviors are trying to accomplish and find more direct ways to meet the underlying needs they represent. When shadow material remains completely unconscious and unintegrated, it can occasionally erupt into consciousness with overwhelming force, creating what Jung called shadow possession. During these episodes, the rejected aspects of your personality temporarily take complete control, causing you to act in ways that seem completely out of character and that may cause significant damage to your relationships, your reputation, and your sense of self. Shadow possession differs from the gradual, conscious integration of rejected qualities in that it happens suddenly, involuntarily, and with little or no conscious awareness of what is occurring. One moment you are functioning normally within your familiar personality structure, and the next moment you find yourself saying or doing things that shock even you with their intensity or inappropriateness. These episodes often occur during periods of high stress, major life transitions, or when circumstances activate psychological material that has been suppressed for many years. The normal defenses that keep shadow material unconscious become temporarily overwhelmed, allowing previously rejected aspects of your personality to surge into consciousness and take control of your behavior. A person who has built their identity around being calm, rational, and controlled might experience an episode of shadow possession, during which they explode in rage, saying cruel and hurtful things that they would never normally consider expressing. Afterward, they may feel horrified by their behavior, unable to understand how they could have acted in such an uncharacteristic way. Someone who prides themselves on their integrity and honesty might find themselves in the grip of shadow possession that leads them to lie, cheat, or betray important commitments. The behavior seems to come from somewhere outside their normal personality, as if they have been temporarily taken over by a stranger whose values and impulses are completely foreign to their usual way of being. The destructive potential of shadow possession lies not only in the immediate damage caused by the inappropriate behavior, but also in the psychological aftermath that follows these episodes. Because the behavior seems so foreign to your normal personality, you may respond with intense shame, self-hatred, and a desperate attempt to distance yourself from what you have done. This reaction, while understandable, often prevents you from learning from the experience and integrating whatever shadow material was trying to express itself. Instead of exploring what unmet needs or suppressed aspects of yourself might have contributed to the episode, you may simply increase your psychological defenses, working even harder to suppress the aspects of yourself that erupted so destructively. This defensive response often sets up a cycle where shadow material becomes increasingly powerful and volatile due to continued suppression, leading to even more dramatic episodes of possession in the future. Each time the shadow breaks through in destructive ways, the conscious mind responds with increased vigilance and control, creating a pressure cooker effect that virtually guarantees future eruptions. Shadow possession can also manifest in more subtle but equally damaging ways through what Jung called participation mystique, a psychological state where you become unconsciously identified with someone else's shadow material. This often happens in intimate relationships where partners begin to act out each other's rejected qualities. A couple might develop a dynamic where one partner consistently expresses anger, while the other remains perpetually calm and rational. On the surface, this might seem like a complementary arrangement, but it often represents a form of mutual shadow possession, where each partner is living out the other's rejected qualities while remaining unconscious of their own capacity for these same traits. The angry partner carries the rage not only for themselves, but also for their calm partner, who remains identified with rationality and control, while their capacity for healthy anger is expressed vicariously through their partner's explosions. The calm partner provides the stability and emotional regulation that their angry partner has rejected in themselves, creating a system where neither person has access to their full range of emotional responses. These dynamics can persist for years or even decades, with each partner blaming the other for the qualities they find most disturbing while remaining blind to their own contribution to the pattern. The angry partner may despise their own volatility while depending on their partner's stability, never recognizing their own capacity for calm presence. The calm partner may feel superior to their partner's emotional outbursts while secretly depending on these expressions to release their own suppressed emotions. Breaking free from these patterns of mutual shadow possession requires both partners to begin reclaiming their own rejected qualities, rather than expressing them through or projecting them onto each other. This process can be particularly challenging because it requires giving up the psychological comfort of having someone else carry your unwanted traits, while taking responsibility for developing a more complete and balanced personality. Shadow possession can also occur on a collective level, where entire groups, organizations, or even nations become temporarily overtaken by collective shadow material. During these episodes, ordinarily decent people may participate in behaviors that they would normally find abhorrent, swept up in group dynamics that activate the darker aspects of human nature. Historical examples of collective shadow possession include periods of war, genocide, mass hysteria, and social persecution, where otherwise moral individuals participate in or condone actions that violate their stated values and beliefs. These collective episodes reveal the dangerous potential of unintegrated shadow material when it operates at a group level. Understanding the phenomenon of shadow possession helps explain many of the most puzzling and distressing aspects of human behavior. It reveals why good people sometimes do terrible things, why individuals can act in ways that seem completely contrary to their character, and why attempts to eliminate negative behavior through increased control and suppression often backfire. The key to preventing destructive episodes of shadow possession lies in the gradual, conscious integration of rejected aspects of your personality before they accumulate enough energy to erupt uncontrollably. This requires the courage to acknowledge uncomfortable truths about yourself, and the patience to work with these rejected qualities in constructive rather than destructive ways. The journey from rejecting your shadow to accepting and integrating it represents one of the most challenging but also most transformative passages in psychological development. This process cannot be rushed or forced, but must unfold gradually as you develop the ego strength and self-compassion necessary to face aspects of yourself that you have spent years or decades avoiding. The first stage of this journey typically involves what Jung called the breakdown of the persona, the recognition that your carefully constructed public identity represents only a partial and often distorted picture of who you truly are. This recognition often comes through crisis, failure, or unexpected life events that reveal the limitations of your conscious self-concept. You might discover that despite years of presenting yourself as emotionally stable, you are capable of intense jealousy, rage, or despair. You may find that your image of yourself as a good person is challenged by the recognition of your capacity for selfishness, manipulation, or cruelty. These discoveries can be profoundly disorienting, especially if your sense of worth and identity has been built around maintaining a particular image of yourself. During this initial stage, it is common to experience what Jung called the dark night of the soul, a period of depression, anxiety, or existential confusion as your familiar sense of self begins to crumble. This phase, though difficult, is necessary for creating the psychological space needed for a more complete and honest self-understanding to emerge. The temptation during this stage is to either completely reject the emerging shadow material, working desperately to restore your previous sense of identity, or to swing to the opposite extreme and identify completely with your shadow qualities, rejecting everything about your previous self-concept. Both of these responses represent attempts to avoid the psychological tension of holding opposites, but they also prevent genuine integration from occurring. In doing this tension, and in turn, the second stage involves developing what Jung called the transcendent function, the capacity to hold both your conscious identity and your shadow material in awareness simultaneously without immediately resolving the tension between them. This requires a kind of psychological maturity that can tolerate uncertainty, ambiguity, and the uncomfortable recognition that you are more complex and contradictory than you previously believed. During this stage, you begin to recognize that you can acknowledge your capacity for anger without becoming an angry person, admit your selfish impulses without abandoning your genuine care for others, or accept your vulnerability without becoming helpless and dependent. You learn to distinguish between recognizing qualities within yourself and being controlled or defined by these qualities. This phase often involves extensive inner dialogue with different aspects of your personality, learning to listen to the concerns and needs of previously rejected parts of yourself without automatically acting on their impulses. You might discover that your inner critic, though harsh and sometimes destructive, also contains important information about areas where you need to improve or grow. Your rebellious shadow might reveal that your compliance and people-pleasing have prevented you from honoring your authentic values and desires. Your needy shadow could show you that your compulsive self-sufficiency has cut you off from the support and intimacy that would enrich your life. The third stage involves the gradual integration of shadow material into your conscious personality in ways that honor both the wisdom of your rejected qualities and the legitimate concerns of your ego about expressing these qualities appropriately. This integration is not about acting out every impulse or abandoning all social conventions, but rather about finding mature and constructive ways to honor the full spectrum of your human nature. You might learn to express your anger in ways that are assertive rather than aggressive, protective rather than destructive. You could discover how to honor your needs for independence and autonomy while still maintaining loving connections with others. You may find ways to embrace your creative chaos while still meeting your responsibilities and commitments. This stage requires considerable experimentation and adjustment as you learn how to express previously rejected aspects of yourself in your current life circumstances. There may be periods of awkwardness or overcompensation as you practice new ways of being that feel unfamiliar but more authentic than your previous patterns. The final stage involves what Jung called the union of opposites, a state where the tension between your conscious identity and your shadow material resolves into a new, more complete sense of self that includes both light and dark aspects of your nature. At this stage, you no longer experience your shadow as something foreign or threatening, but as an integral part of your total personality. This integration does not eliminate the shadow or transform you into a perfect person without any capacity for negative emotions or destructive behavior. Rather, it creates a relationship between consciousness and the unconscious that is collaborative rather than antagonistic, allowing you to access the full range of human qualities in service of your authentic development and expression. People who have successfully integrated significant portions of their shadow often radiate a quality of genuineness and aliveness that is unmistakable. They seem more real, more present, and more comfortable with the full spectrum of human experience. They can acknowledge their flaws and limitations without being crushed by shame, and they can celebrate their strengths and achievements without falling into grandiosity or inflation. The path from shadow rejection to shadow acceptance is not a linear process that you complete once and then move beyond. It is an ongoing journey that continues throughout your lifetime as new circumstances activate different aspects of your shadow, and as your capacity for integration continues to deepen and mature. Each stage of life brings new opportunities for shadow work, as changing circumstances reveal previously hidden aspects of your personality or activate shadow material that was dormant during earlier periods. The challenges of midlife may awaken shadow qualities that were irrelevant during your younger years. The transitions of aging may reveal aspects of yourself that only emerge when you are no longer focused on building an identity and establishing yourself in the world. The willingness to continue this work throughout your lifetime, to remain open to discovering new dimensions of yourself that may contradict your established self-concept, represents one of the hallmarks of psychological maturity and authentic spiritual development. As you learn to embrace your shadow, you discover that the qualities you once feared and rejected often contain exactly what you need for your continued growth and authentic expression. The anger you suppressed may provide the energy needed to protect what you value and create necessary changes in your life. The selfishness you rejected may transform into healthy self-care and the capacity to honor your own needs and desires. The vulnerability you hid may become the openness that allows for deep intimacy and genuine connection with others. The wildness you tamed may evolve into the creative spontaneity that brings vitality and authentic expression to your daily life. Through this process of integration, you become not just a more complete person, but a more compassionate one. Having faced and accepted your own capacity for the full range of human experience, you develop greater understanding and empathy for others who are struggling with their own shadow material. You recognize that the qualities you once judged harshly in others often represent aspects of the human condition that you share, even if they manifest differently in your own life. This recognition creates a foundation for genuine compassion that extends not only to others, but also to yourself, as you learn to treat your own imperfections and struggles with the same kindness you would offer to a dear friend. The journey of shadow integration ultimately leads not to perfection, but to wholeness, not to the elimination of your dark side, but to its conscious inclusion in your total personality. This wholeness brings with it a quality of psychological freedom that is not available to those who remain identified with only the light side of their nature. When you no longer have to maintain vigilant control over large portions of your personality, tremendous energy becomes available for creativity, growth, and authentic self-expression. When you no longer fear the discovery of your hidden qualities, you can engage more freely and spontaneously with life, trusting your own ability to respond appropriately to whatever circumstances arise. The acceptance of your shadow does not make you a saint, but it does make you a more complete human being, capable of accessing the full range of responses that your total personality contains. In a world that often demands that we present ourselves as one-dimensional and consistently positive, the integration of your shadow represents a radical act of authenticity and courage. As you rest now, whether in contemplation or sleep, allow yourself to feel the profound relief that comes with no longer having to reject or hide essential aspects of your nature. Let yourself imagine what it might be like to live with the freedom that comes from accepting your total self, shadows and light, together as the foundation for a life of genuine authenticity and creative expression. The shadow work we have explored tonight is not a destination, but a way of traveling, not a problem to be solved, but a mystery to be lived. As you continue on your journey toward becoming your true self, remember that every aspect of your nature, even those you have rejected or feared, contains the potential for wisdom, growth, and authentic expression. The darkness you have carried does not have to remain dark forever. Through conscious engagement, patient integration, and compassionate acceptance, it can become a source of depth, creativity, and genuine power in your life. The journey continues, and the next steps await your courageous willingness to meet yourself completely, shadows and all, in the ongoing adventure of becoming who you truly are. As we journey deeper into the hidden territories of the psyche, we encounter one of Jung's most profound and transformative discoveries. Within each of us lives an inner figure that represents everything we are not in our conscious identity, everything that complements and completes our familiar sense of self. Jung called this inner opposite the anima in men and the animus in women, recognizing that psychological wholeness requires the integration of both masculine and feminine principles within every human being. This is not simply a theory about gender roles or social conditioning, though these certainly play a part in how this inner dynamic unfolds. The anima and animus represent something far more fundamental, archetypal principles that operate at the deepest levels of human psychology, shaping how we relate to ourselves, to others, and to the creative possibilities that emerge when conscious and unconscious unite in harmonious collaboration. Tonight, as we explore this inner marriage of opposites, you may find yourself recognizing patterns in your relationships that have puzzled you for years. You might understand for the first time why certain people trigger such intense reactions in you, why some relationships feel mysteriously compelling, while others leave you feeling empty despite their apparent compatibility, or why your quest for love and intimacy sometimes leads you further away from authentic connection rather than closer to it. The anima and animus are not merely psychological concepts to be understood intellectually. They are living energies within your psyche, autonomous figures that influence your thoughts, feelings, and behaviors in ways that often operate completely outside your conscious awareness. Learning to recognize and relate consciously to these inner figures represents one of the most important steps you can take towards psychological maturity and authentic relationship with both yourself and others. As you settle into this exploration, allow yourself to approach these ideas with what Jung called beginner's mind, a willingness to question assumptions you may have held about gender, relationship, and the nature of psychological wholeness. The journey we are about to undertake together challenges many of the conventional ideas about masculinity and femininity, revealing them to be far more complex, fluid, and individually variable than our culture typically acknowledges. Within the psyche of every man lives a feminine figure that Jung called the anima, from the Latin word for soul. This inner feminine is not simply a collection of traits that society has labeled as feminine, but rather a complex, autonomous aspect of the male psyche that carries profound psychological functions, essential for psychological development and authentic relationship. The anima serves as a bridge between a man's conscious mind and his unconscious depths. She is the figure who appears in dreams as the mysterious woman, the wise goddess, the seductive temptress, or the nurturing mother. She is the voice of intuition that speaks when rational analysis falls short, the emotional wisdom that knows what the thinking mind cannot understand, and the creative inspiration that brings new life to stagnant patterns of thought and behavior. In her positive manifestations, the anima appears as the muse who inspires artistic creation, the inner guide who provides access to emotional depth and spiritual meaning, and the lover who awakens a man's capacity for passionate engagement with life. She represents connection, relatedness, receptivity, and the ability to be moved and transformed by beauty, love, and mystery. But the anima also has her darker aspects, what Jung called her negative manifestations, though these are negative only when they remain unconscious and unintegrated. In her shadow form, she may appear as the possessive mother who refuses to let go, the seductive destroyer who leads men away from their responsibilities and commitments, or the moody, irrational force that overwhelms masculine consciousness with emotional chaos. The development of a man's relationship with his anima typically follows predictable patterns throughout his lifetime. In youth, the anima often manifests as romantic idealization, the projection of perfect feminine qualities onto actual women who inevitably disappoint when they fail to live up to these impossible standards. Young men frequently fall in love with their own anima projected onto women who embody whatever qualities their conscious masculine identity lacks. If a man has developed a very rational, controlled, conscious personality, he may be irresistibly drawn to women who seem emotional, spontaneous, and mysterious. If his conscious identity centers around independence and achievement, his anima may lead him toward women who represent dependence, nurturing, and the promise of being cared for without having to ask. These early anima projections serve an important developmental function, drawing men into relationships that force them to encounter emotional and relational territory that their masculine conditioning may have taught them to avoid. Through the experience of romantic love, infatuation, and even romantic disappointment, men begin to discover aspects of themselves that cannot be accessed through achievement, rational analysis, or independent action alone. As a man matures, his relationship with his anima can deepen and become more conscious. Instead of simply projecting her onto external women, he can begin to recognize her as an aspect of his own psyche that deserves attention, dialogue, and integration. This does not mean becoming feminine in any stereotypical sense, but rather developing access to the full range of human capacities, regardless of cultural gender associations. A man who has consciously integrated his anima often displays what Jung called psychological androgyny, a capacity to access both masculine and feminine principles as circumstances require. He may be capable of fierce determination and gentle tenderness, logical analysis and intuitive insight, independent action and collaborative relationship, all without experiencing these different modes as contradictory or threatening to his masculine identity. This integration allows for much more authentic and satisfying relationships with actual women because the man is no longer unconsciously demanding that his partner carry all of his rejected feminine qualities. He can appreciate women for who they truly are, rather than as repositories for his own projected anima material. The integrated anima also serves as a source of creative inspiration and spiritual depth. Many male artists, writers, musicians, and spiritual teachers speak of their relationship with an inner feminine muse who guides their creative work. This is not metaphorical language, but a recognition of a real psychological dynamic, the dialogue between masculine consciousness and feminine unconscious that generates new ideas, insights, and creative expressions. Understanding the anima helps explain many puzzling aspects of male psychology. The tendency of some men to become completely irrational in romantic relationships often reflects anima possession, where the unconscious feminine temporarily overwhelms masculine consciousness. The profound depression that some men experience after romantic disappointments may represent the withdrawal of anima projection, leaving them temporarily cut off from their own emotional depths. The midlife crisis that many men experience often involves a renegotiation of their relationship with their anima. Having spent the first half of life developing their masculine capabilities and achieving external goals, they may suddenly find themselves yearning for emotional depth, creative expression, spiritual meaning, or more authentic relationships. This represents the anima's demand for recognition and integration after years of being neglected or projected onto others. Within every woman's psyche lives a masculine figure that Jung called the animus, from the Latin word for spirit or mind. Like the anima in men, the animus is not simply a collection of socially defined masculine traits, but a complex, autonomous aspect of the female psyche that carries essential psychological functions necessary for psychological development and authentic self-expression. The animus serves as the bridge between a woman's conscious identity and her capacity for independent action, logical thinking, spiritual aspiration, and creative expression in the outer world. He appears in dreams as the wise teacher, the heroic warrior, the spiritual guide, or the passionate lover. He is the voice of conviction that knows what must be done, the intellectual clarity that cuts through emotional confusion, and the courage that enables a woman to stand for her principles even when standing alone. In his positive manifestations, the animus appears as the inner guide who provides access to clarity, purpose, and the capacity for independent judgment. He represents assertion, goal-directed action, intellectual understanding, and the ability to stand firm in one's convictions, even in the face of opposition or disapproval. But like the anima, the animus also has shadow aspects that become problematic when they remain unconscious. In his negative manifestations, he may appear as the critical judge who attacks the woman's feminine nature, the dogmatic ideologue who insists on being right regardless of relational consequences, or the rebellious adolescent who rejects authority in destructive rather than constructive ways. The development of a woman's relationship with her animus also follows recognizable patterns throughout her lifetime. In youth, the animus often manifests through romantic projections onto men who embody whatever masculine qualities her conscious feminine identity lacks or has been taught to suppress. If a woman has developed a very accommodating, emotionally focused, conscious personality, she may be irresistibly drawn to men who seem strong, decisive, and intellectually powerful. If her conscious identity centers around being nice and avoiding conflict, her animus may lead her toward men who represent assertion, independence, and the willingness to fight for what they believe. These early animus projections, like anima projections in men, serve an important developmental function. They draw women into relationships that force them to encounter intellectual, spiritual, and assertive territory that their feminine conditioning may have taught them to avoid. Through the experience of romantic attraction to masculine strength and clarity, women begin to discover these same capacities within themselves. The animus projection can be particularly complex for women because it often involves being attracted to qualities that they have been culturally discouraged from developing in themselves. A woman may find herself repeatedly drawn to men who display the confidence, ambition, intellectual boldness, or spiritual authority that she yearns to express but fears would make her unfeminine or unlovable. As a woman matures, her relationship with her animus can become more conscious and integrated. Instead of simply projecting him onto external men or being possessed by his energy in ways that feel foreign to her feminine nature, she can begin to recognize him as an aspect of her own psyche that deserves development and expression. This integration does not mean becoming masculine in any stereotypical sense, but rather developing access to masculine principles of assertion, clarity, independent judgment, and goal-directed action, while maintaining her connection to feminine principles of relationship, intuition, emotional depth, and receptivity. A woman who has consciously integrated her animus often displays the same psychological androgyny that characterizes men who have integrated their anima. She may be capable of fierce intellectual clarity and deep emotional sensitivity, independent action and collaborative relationship, spiritual authority and feminine receptivity, all without experiencing these different modes as contradictory or threatening to her feminine identity. This integration allows for much more authentic and satisfying relationships with actual men, because the woman is no longer unconsciously demanding that her partner carry all of her rejected masculine qualities. She can appreciate men for who they truly are, rather than as repositories for her own projected animus material. The integrated animus also serves as a source of creative power and spiritual authority. Many female leaders, artists, entrepreneurs, and spiritual teachers speak of accessing an inner source of clarity and conviction that enables them to act decisively and speak their truth even in challenging circumstances. This represents the conscious collaboration between feminine consciousness and masculine spirit that generates authentic authority and creative expression. Understanding the animus helps explain many aspects of female psychology that are often misunderstood or pathologized. The tendency of some women to become argumentative or dogmatic in intellectual discussions often reflects animus possession, where unconscious masculine energy temporarily overwhelms feminine consciousness. The profound sense of emptiness that some women experience in relationships with passive or indecisive men may represent the failure of animus projection, leaving them cut off from their own capacity for clarity and decisive action. The midlife transformation that many women experience often involves a major shift in their relationship with their animus. Having spent the first half of life developing their relational capabilities and focusing on caring for others, they may suddenly find themselves yearning for intellectual challenge, creative expression, spiritual authority, or the freedom to pursue their own goals without constantly considering everyone else's needs first. While Jung's terminology of anima and animus emerged from the gender binary that was dominant in his cultural context, the underlying psychological principle these concepts point toward transcends traditional gender categories and speaks to something far more fundamental about human wholeness. At its deepest level, the anima and animus dynamic represents the psychological necessity for integrating complementary principles that exist within every human psyche, regardless of biological sex or gender identity. These principles might be understood as receptivity and activity, being and doing, yin and yang, or any number of other complementary polarities that together create psychological completeness. Every human being, regardless of their gender identity or expression, contains both the capacity for receptive, relational, intuitive ways of being and the capacity for active, goal-directed, analytical ways of engaging with the world. Psychological health and authentic self-expression require the integration of both sets of capacities, rather than the exclusive identification with one pole or the other. In our contemporary understanding, we recognize that gender exists on a spectrum, rather than as a simple binary, and that the relationship between biological sex, gender identity, and gender expression is far more complex and individually variable than previous generations understood. This expanded awareness actually supports and deepens Jung's fundamental insight about psychological wholeness while freeing it from the limitations of binary gender assumption. A person who identifies as non-binary, for example, may experience the anima-animus dynamic as a call to integrate different aspects of their personality that have been culturally associated with masculinity and femininity, but their experience of this integration may not map neatly onto traditional gender categories. Their journey toward wholeness might involve embracing both their capacity for assertive leadership and their gift for emotional nurturing, both their analytical thinking and their intuitive wisdom, without feeling compelled to label these capacities as masculine or feminine. Similarly, a transgender individual's experience of their inner opposite might be quite different from Jung's original formulation, but the underlying principle of psychological wholeness through the integration of complementary capacities remains relevant. Their journey might involve reclaiming aspects of their personality that were suppressed due to gender dysphoria or social pressure, integrating capacities that feel more authentic to their true gender identity. The key insight that transcends gender categories is that psychological wholeness requires the integration of complementary principles rather than one-sided development. Whether these principles are understood in terms of traditional gender categories, temperamental differences, cognitive styles, or spiritual orientations, the movement toward authenticity involves embracing the full spectrum of human capacities rather than limiting oneself to a narrow range of acceptable expressions. This understanding has profound implications for how we approach personal development and relationship. Instead of trying to find completion through romantic partnership with someone who carries our rejected qualities, we can recognize that wholeness is an internal process that requires the conscious integration of all aspects of our potential. This does not diminish the importance of intimate relationships, but it does transform their purpose. Instead of unconsciously seeking someone to complete us by carrying our projected material, we can choose partners based on genuine compatibility, shared values, and mutual appreciation for each other's authentic wholeness. The principle of psychological androgyny that emerges from conscious anima-animus integration represents one of the highest achievements of human psychological development. This is not about becoming gender numeral or rejecting the beauty and power of gender expression, but rather about accessing the full range of human capacities in service of authentic self-expression and creative engagement with life. Individuals who have achieved significant psychological androgyny often radiate a quality of completeness and authenticity that transcends traditional gender roles. They seem fully present to whatever the moment requires, capable of both strength and tenderness, both independence and collaboration, both logical analysis and intuitive insight, all flowing naturally from a centered sense of who they are. This integration also creates the foundation for what Jung called the divine marriage, the inner union of complementary principles that generates tremendous creative power and spiritual insight. When the different aspects of our personality are no longer at war with each other, but instead collaborate in conscious harmony, we gain access to levels of creativity, wisdom, and authentic power that are not available to those who remain identified with only one side of their nature. One of the most fascinating and initially disturbing discoveries that emerges from understanding the anima and animus is the recognition that much of what we experience as romantic love actually involves falling in love with projected aspects of our own unconscious. The person who seems so mysteriously attractive, so perfectly suited to complete us, so magically able to understand our deepest needs, often serves as a screen onto which we project our own inner opposite. This does not mean that romantic love is merely an illusion or that genuine attraction and compatibility between people is impossible. Rather, it reveals that the intensity and seeming irrationality of romantic attraction often stems from unconscious psychological dynamics that operate alongside and sometimes override our conscious preferences and rational assessments of compatibility. When you experience that mysterious sense of recognition upon meeting someone new, that feeling of having known them forever or of finding exactly what you have been searching for, you may be encountering your own anima or animus reflected in their personality, appearance, or way of being in the world. The qualities that seem so attractive in them are often the very qualities that exist within your own unconscious, but have been rejected, undeveloped, or unavailable to your conscious identity. Consider a woman who has spent her life being accommodating, emotionally nurturing, and focused on maintaining harmony in her relationships. She may find herself irresistibly drawn to a man who appears confident, decisive, intellectually powerful, and comfortably rebellious against social expectations. What she is responding to is not simply his individual personality, but the way he embodies her own undeveloped animus qualities of assertion, clarity, and independent judgment. Similarly, a man who has built his identity around achievement, rational control, and emotional independence may be magnetically attracted to a woman who seems emotionally expressive, intuitive, mysteriously in touch with deeper currents of meaning and feeling. His attraction reflects his unconscious yearning for his own anima qualities of emotional depth, relational connection, and access to the non-rational dimensions of existence. The projection process happens automatically and unconsciously. Your psyche recognizes in the other person the qualities that you need for your own completion and wholeness, and it responds with the intense energy of romantic attraction designed to draw you into relationship with these needed qualities. From the unconscious perspective, this is a brilliant strategy for psychological development, because romantic relationships do provide powerful opportunities for encountering and potentially integrating projected material. But the projection process also creates significant challenges and complications. Because you are not simply responding to the other person as they actually are, but to your own projected material overlaid upon their real personality, the early stages of romantic relationship often involve a significant amount of fantasy and misperception. You may find yourself attributing qualities to the other person that they do not actually possess, or interpreting their behavior through the lens of what you need them to represent rather than what they are actually expressing. The woman who projects her animus onto a man may see confidence and clarity where he actually feels uncertain and confused. The man who projects his anima onto a woman may see emotional wisdom and nurturing capacity where she actually feels emotionally immature and focused on her own needs. These misperceptions can persist for months or even years, sustained by the powerful energy of the projection and the unconscious investment in maintaining the fantasy of having found the perfect complement to your own personality. But eventually, the real person begins to emerge from behind the projected material, and this often leads to disappointment, conflict, and the painful recognition that the person you fell in love with may have been largely a creation of your own unconscious. This process of projection and disillusionment is so common in romantic relationships that it might be considered a normal stage of romantic development, rather than a problem to be avoided. The key is learning to recognize when projection is involved and developing the capacity to distinguish between your projected material and the other person's actual qualities. The intensity of your attraction often provides the first clue to the presence of projection. When your response to someone seems disproportionate to the actual time you have spent with them, or the objective evidence of compatibility, projection is likely involved. If you find yourself immediately imagining a future with someone you barely know, or feeling that they understand you in ways that no one else ever has after only brief interactions, you are probably encountering your own projected anima or animus material. Another sign of projection is the tendency to idealize the other person, attributing to them qualities of perfection or specialness that no actual human being could sustain. If you find yourself thinking that this person is different from everyone else you have ever met, that they possess unique wisdom or beauty or understanding that sets them apart from ordinary humanity, you are likely projecting archetypal material that belongs to your inner anima or animus, rather than recognizing the real person before you. The process of recognizing projections requires developing what Jung called the capacity for psychological thinking, the ability to reflect on your own psychological processes rather than simply being driven by them. Instead of immediately acting on intense romantic attractions or making major life decisions based on powerful feelings about someone you barely know, you can learn to pause and investigate what might be happening at a psychological level. Jung identified 4 distinct stages in the development of the anima and animus, each characterized by different qualities and each representing a different level of psychological maturity in how we relate to our inner opposite. Understanding these stages can help you recognize where you might be in your own development and what the next steps might be in integrating these powerful inner figures. The first stage of anima development in men typically manifests as attraction to what Jung called Eve, the purely biological or instinctual feminine. At this stage, a man's anima is primarily focused on physical attraction, sexual gratification, and the fulfillment of basic biological needs. Women who attract men at this stage often embody qualities of natural beauty, sensuality, and biological vitality without necessarily possessing psychological sophistication or emotional depth. Men operating from first stage anima development often choose partners based primarily on physical appearance and sexual chemistry, with little consideration for psychological compatibility, shared values, or long-term relationship potential. Their relationships tend to be passionate but volatile, focused on immediate gratification rather than deeper emotional connection or mutual growth. The first stage of animus development in women manifests as attraction to what Jung called the strong man or Tarzan, the purely physical masculine. At this stage, a woman's animus is primarily focused on physical strength, material success, and the protective capacity of masculine power. Men who attract women at this stage often embody qualities of physical prowess, financial achievement, or social dominance without necessarily possessing emotional intelligence or psychological depth. Women operating from first stage animus development often choose partners based primarily on their ability to provide security, protection, and material comfort, with less consideration for emotional compatibility, intellectual connection, or shared spiritual values. Their relationships may be stable, but often lack deeper intimacy or mutual psychological understanding. The second stage of anima development involves attraction to what Jung called Helen, representing romantic beauty and emotional sophistication. At this stage, a man's anima becomes more refined and romantically oriented, seeking not just physical gratification, but emotional connection and aesthetic beauty. Women who attract men at this stage often embody qualities of grace, charm, emotional expressiveness, and cultural refinement. Men at this stage are capable of more romantic and emotionally connected relationships, but they may still be primarily focused on what the relationship provides for them rather than on genuine mutual understanding and growth. They may idealize their partners as muses or emotional guides, while remaining relatively unconscious of their own emotional development needs. The second stage of animus development involves attraction to what Jung called the romantic hero or the achiever, representing masculine accomplishment and worldly success. At this stage, a woman's animus becomes more focused on intellectual achievement, social status, and the capacity for action in the world. Men who attract women at this stage often embody qualities of intelligence, ambition, creative accomplishment, or social leadership. Women at this stage are capable of appreciating masculine qualities beyond mere physical protection, but they may still be primarily focused on basking in reflected glory or being rescued by masculine achievement rather than developing their own capacities for accomplishment and leadership. The third stage of anima development involves attraction to what Jung called Mary, representing spiritual wisdom and emotional depth. At this stage, a man's anima becomes oriented toward meaning, spiritual understanding, and the capacity for deep emotional connection. Women who attract men at this stage often embody qualities of wisdom, spiritual insight, emotional maturity, and the capacity for profound intimacy. Men at this stage are capable of relationships that involve genuine mutual growth, shared spiritual exploration, and deep emotional intimacy. They begin to relate to their partners as whole persons rather than as projections of their anima needs, though they may still idealize their partner's spiritual or emotional capacity. The third stage of animus development involves attraction to what Jung called the wise teacher, or the spiritual guide, representing masculine wisdom and spiritual authority. At this stage, a woman's animus becomes oriented toward intellectual clarity, spiritual understanding, and the capacity for moral leadership. Men who attract women at this stage often embody qualities of wisdom, spiritual depth, intellectual integrity, and ethical conviction. Women at this stage are capable of relationships that involve genuine intellectual partnership, shared spiritual exploration, and mutual respect for each other's wisdom and insight. They begin to relate to their partners as equals, rather than as superior figures to be admired from a distance. The fourth stage represents the full integration of the anima or animus as an inner guide and source of wisdom, rather than a quality that must be sought in external relationships. At this stage, both men and women have developed conscious access to their inner opposite and can relate to actual people as they truly are rather than as carriers of projected material. Men who have reached fourth stage anima development possess integrated access to their own emotional depth, intuitive wisdom, and relational capacity. They can appreciate women for their unique individual qualities rather than needing them to carry their projected feminine material. Their relationships become partnerships between two whole people rather than attempts to achieve completion through the other. Women who have reached fourth stage animus development possess integrated access to their own clarity, spiritual authority, and capacity for independent action. They can appreciate men for their individual qualities rather than needing them to carry their projected masculine material. Their relationships become collaborations between equals rather than dependencies on masculine strength or achievement. Understanding these stages helps explain why relationships formed at earlier stages of development often become problematic as individuals mature psychologically. A relationship that was based on first stage projections may not survive the development of more sophisticated anima or animus awareness. Partners may outgrow each other or discover that their initial attraction was based more on projection than on genuine compatibility. This does not mean that all relationships formed at earlier stages are doomed to failure, but it does suggest that successful long-term relationships require both partners to continue growing and developing their capacity for relating to each other as real people, rather than as projection screens for their unconscious material. The process of withdrawing anima and animus projections represents one of the most challenging but also most liberating aspects of psychological development. It requires giving up the fantasy of finding completion through another person and taking responsibility for developing the wholeness that you have been seeking in external relationships. This process typically begins with the painful recognition that the person you fell in love with does not actually possess all the qualities you attributed to them. The confident, decisive man reveals himself to be uncertain and sometimes paralyzed by self-doubt. The wise, emotionally sophisticated woman turns out to have her own unresolved emotional issues and limitations. The initial response to this disillusionment is often anger, disappointment, or the urge to find someone new who might better fulfill your projected expectations. But if you can resist these impulses and instead use the disappointment as an opportunity for self-reflection, you may discover that the qualities you are seeking in the other person actually exist within your own unconscious and are available for development. The withdrawal of projections requires what Jung called taking back your own soul, instead of expecting your partner to provide the emotional depth, spiritual wisdom, intellectual clarity, or assertive strength that you lack in your conscious personality. You must develop these qualities within yourself through conscious effort and practice. This process is often uncomfortable because it means giving up the passive position of being completed by another and taking active responsibility for your own psychological development. It may also temporarily strain relationships as you begin to relate to your partner as they actually are, rather than as the carrier of your projected material. However, the benefits of projection withdrawal far outweigh the temporary discomfort. As you reclaim your projected anima or animus material, you become more complete and self-sufficient as an individual. You also become capable of genuine appreciation for your partner's actual qualities, rather than being disappointed by their failure to live up to your unconscious expectations. Authentic relationships become possible only when both partners have withdrawn their major projections and can see each other clearly. Such relationships are characterized by mutual respect, genuine intimacy, and the freedom to be authentic rather than having to fulfill the other person's unconscious fantasies about who they should be. The process of projection withdrawal is not a one-time event, but an ongoing practice that continues throughout the lifetime. As you develop and change, new aspects of your anima or animus may emerge that require integration, and you may discover subtle projections that you had not previously recognized. Learning to distinguish between genuine attraction to someone's actual qualities and attraction based on projection becomes a crucial skill for anyone seeking authentic, intimate relationships. This requires developing the capacity for honest self-reflection and the willingness to question your own motivations and responses rather than simply trusting your immediate emotional reactions. The integration of anima and animus leads to what Jung called psychological androgyny, a state of inner wholeness where an individual has conscious access to both masculine and feminine principles regardless of their biological sex or gender identity. This is not about becoming gender neutral or losing touch with your natural gender expression, but rather about expanding your psychological repertoire to include the full spectrum of human capacities. Psychological androgyny represents one of the highest achievements of human development, a state where the artificial limitations imposed by gender conditioning no longer restrict your authentic self-expression. Instead of being confined to half of the human psychological spectrum, you become capable of responding to life situations with whatever qualities are most appropriate and effective, regardless of whether they have been culturally labeled as masculine or feminine. A psychologically androgynous person might display fierce determination in pursuing important goals while also maintaining deep sensitivity to the emotional needs of others. They could engage in sharp, logical analysis when problem-solving, while also trusting their intuitive insights when rational approaches prove insufficient. They might assert strong boundaries when necessary while also remaining open and receptive to new experiences and perspectives. This integration does not happen automatically or without conscious effort. It requires years of patient work to recognize, dialogue with, and gradually integrate the rejected aspects of your personality that have been consigned to your anima or animus. It also requires considerable courage to express qualities that may challenge social expectations about how someone of your gender should behave. The development of psychological androgyny often involves a period of experimentation and adjustment as you learn to express previously suppressed aspects of your personality. A woman who is learning to integrate her animus might practice speaking up in meetings, setting clearer boundaries in relationships, or pursuing ambitious goals without constantly worrying about whether others will approve of her assertiveness. A man who is developing his anima might experiment with expressing emotions more openly, paying attention to the relational dynamics in his environment, or allowing himself to be moved by beauty and meaning rather than focusing exclusively on achievement and analysis. This experimentation phase can feel awkward or artificial at first, because you are learning to express aspects of yourself that may have been suppressed for decades. It requires patience with yourself as you develop new skills and find your own authentic way of expressing these previously rejected qualities. The benefits of psychological androgyny extend far beyond personal satisfaction and self-expression. Research in psychology has consistently shown that individuals who possess both masculine and feminine psychological traits tend to be more creative, more resilient in the face of challenges, more satisfied in their relationships, and more effective as leaders. This makes sense from a practical perspective. Life presents us with an enormous variety of challenges and opportunities, some of which call for traditionally masculine responses like assertion, analysis, and independent action, and others that call for traditionally feminine responses like intuition, collaboration, and emotional sensitivity. People who have access to both sets of capacities are simply better equipped to respond effectively to whatever circumstances arise. The conscious integration of masculine and feminine principles within the individual psyche creates what Jung called the divine marriage, an inner union that generates tremendous creative power and spiritual insight. This is not merely a psychological theory, but a practical reality that can be observed in the lives of individuals who have achieved significant anima-animus integration. When the typically opposing forces of masculine and feminine consciousness learn to collaborate rather than compete within your psyche, they create a dynamic tension that generates new possibilities, insights, and creative expressions that neither could achieve alone. The masculine principle provides focus, direction, and the capacity to bring ideas into concrete manifestation. The feminine principle provides receptivity, intuition, and the ability to sense possibilities that lie beyond rational analysis. This creative partnership can be observed in many domains of human achievement. Great artists often describe their creative process as involving both masculine discipline and structure and feminine receptivity and inspiration. Scientists who make breakthrough discoveries frequently combine rigorous logical analysis with intuitive leaps that transcend purely rational approaches. Spiritual teachers who profoundly impact others often embody both the masculine capacity for clear teaching and the feminine ability to nurture and inspire growth in others. The creative power that emerges from masculine-feminine balance is not limited to traditionally creative fields, but can enhance effectiveness in any area of life. Business leaders who have integrated both masculine and feminine principles often display the capacity for strategic thinking combined with emotional intelligence, decisive action combined with collaborative relationship skills. Parents who embody psychological androgyny can provide both firm boundaries and nurturing support, helping their children develop their own capacity for both strength and sensitivity. Individuals in helping professions often find that integrating masculine and feminine principles allows them to provide both clear guidance and empathetic support to those they serve. The creative power of this inner marriage also manifests in the capacity to approach problems and challenges from multiple perspectives simultaneously. Instead of being limited to either rational analysis or intuitive sensing, you can engage both modes of knowing and allow them to inform each other. This often leads to solutions that are both practical and innovative, grounded in reality, but also inspired by possibility. The integration of anima and animus naturally leads to a transcendence of traditional gender limitations, not through rejecting gender altogether, but through recognizing that authentic self-expression may require qualities that transcend conventional gender roles. This movement beyond limitation is both personally liberating and culturally progressive, contributing to the gradual expansion of what is considered acceptable and valuable in human expression. As you develop psychological androgyny, you may find yourself questioning gender assumptions that you had previously accepted without examination. You might discover that many of the limitations you had accepted as natural aspects of your gender were actually cultural constructions that prevented you from accessing important aspects of your potential. This recognition can be simultaneously liberating and challenging. On one hand, it opens up new possibilities for authentic self-expression and personal fulfillment. On the other hand, it may require you to navigate social situations where your expanded gender expression challenges others' expectations or comfort levels. The key to successfully moving beyond traditional gender limitations lies in maintaining a connection to your authentic center while developing the flexibility to express different aspects of your nature as circumstances require. This is not about conforming to new rules about how you should behave, but about discovering your own unique way of embodying both masculine and feminine principles. Some individuals find that their natural expression already transcends traditional gender categories, and that anima-animus integration simply gives them permission and language for qualities they have always possessed. Others discover completely new aspects of themselves as they explore previously forbidden territories of expression. The cultural impact of individuals who successfully transcend gender limitations extends far beyond their personal satisfaction. Every person who embodies psychological androgyny helps to expand the cultural understanding of what is possible in human expression, creating space for others to explore their own authentic wholeness without being confined by arbitrary gender restrictions. This expansion of possibility is particularly important for younger generations who are growing up in an era of greater gender fluidity and awareness. Seeing examples of psychologically integrated adults who embody both strength and sensitivity, both independence and relatedness, both rationality and intuition, provides inspiring models for their own development. As we rest now in the recognition of our own inner complexity and potential, we can feel the presence of our inner opposite, no longer as a threatening stranger, but as a welcome aspect of our total self. The anima and animus, properly understood and integrated, become sources of tremendous enrichment rather than confusion, wholeness rather than division, creative power rather than internal conflict. The journey toward integrating your inner opposite is not a destination you reach once and then maintain forever, but rather an ongoing dance of discovery and integration that continues throughout your lifetime. As you grow and change, new aspects of your anima or animus may emerge, calling for recognition and integration. Different life stages may activate different dimensions of these inner figures, requiring ongoing attention and conscious relationship. The wisdom traditions of many cultures have recognized this principle of psychological wholeness through the integration of opposites. The yin-yang symbol of Taoism represents the dynamic balance of complementary forces that creates harmony and creative power. The Hindu concept of Ardhanarishvara depicts the divine as simultaneously masculine and feminine, recognizing that ultimate reality transcends gender categories. The alchemical tradition spoke of the hieros gamos, the sacred marriage of king and queen that creates the philosopher's stone of psychological transformation. These symbols and teachings point toward the same fundamental truth that Jung rediscovered through his psychological investigations. Human wholeness requires the conscious integration of complementary principles that are often artificially separated by cultural conditioning and social expectation. As you continue on your journey toward becoming your true self, remember that this work of anima-animus integration is not selfish or merely personal. When you develop your own psychological wholeness, you become more capable of authentic relationship with others. When you stop projecting your inner opposite onto external people, you free them to be themselves, rather than carriers of your unconscious material. When you embody both masculine and feminine principles consciously, you become a model for others who are struggling with their own process of integration. The world desperately needs individuals who have learned to embody both strength and sensitivity, both independence and collaboration, both rational clarity and intuitive wisdom. The challenges facing humanity require responses that transcend the limitations of one-sided masculine or feminine approaches. Climate change, social inequality, technological disruption, and spiritual alienation all call for solutions that integrate multiple perspectives and capacities. Your personal work of anima-animus integration contributes to this larger cultural healing. As you learn to relate consciously to your inner opposite, you help to model a way of being that transcends artificial divisions and limitations. As you develop psychological androgyny, you demonstrate the possibility of human wholeness that inspires others to undertake their own journey of integration. The relationships you form from a place of psychological wholeness become examples of what is possible when two complete individuals choose to share their lives rather than seeking completion through each other. The creative work you produce from the marriage of masculine and feminine principles within yourself carries a quality of authenticity and power that touches others at a deep level. In the quiet depths of your being, you can sense the presence of your inner opposite, no longer alien or threatening, but recognized as an essential aspect of your complete nature. Whether you call this figure anima or animus, whether you understand it in terms of traditional gender categories or as representing complementary principles that transcend gender altogether, the essential recognition remains the same. You are not half a person seeking completion through another, but a whole being learning to access and express the full spectrum of human possibility. The qualities you have admired in others, the capacities you have sought in romantic partners, the aspects of human nature that have seemed foreign or unavailable to you, all of these exist within your own psyche as potentials, waiting for recognition and development. The masculine and feminine principles within you are not at war, but are partners in the ongoing creation of your authentic self. They complement each other, balance each other, and together generate creative possibilities that neither could achieve alone. Learning to honor both, to give expression to both, and to allow them to collaborate in service of your highest potential represents one of the most important achievements of psychological development. As you drift now toward rest or deeper contemplation, allow yourself to feel the harmony that is possible when all aspects of your nature are welcomed and integrated. Feel the creative energy that becomes available when inner opposition transforms into inner collaboration. Sense the freedom that comes from no longer being confined to half of the human psychological spectrum, but having access to whatever qualities serve your authentic expression and the genuine needs of each moment. The anima and animus are not concepts to be understood intellectually, but living realities to be experienced and integrated through the patient work of psychological development. They are aspects of yourself that have been waiting, sometimes for decades, for your conscious recognition and acceptance. As you learn to relate to them as valuable parts of your total being, rather than as threats to your established identity, they become allies in your journey toward wholeness, rather than sources of confusion or conflict. Tomorrow brings new opportunities to express this emerging wholeness, to practice relating to others from a place of psychological completeness rather than unconscious projection, to create and contribute from the marriage of your inner masculine and feminine principles. The work of anima-animus integration is never finished, but each step toward greater wholeness enriches not only your own life, but the lives of all those you touch through your presence, your relationships, and your creative contributions to the world. Rest now in the knowledge that you contain within yourself everything necessary for psychological wholeness and authentic self-expression. The inner marriage of opposites that creates true individuation is not a distant goal, but a present possibility, available in each moment when you choose to embrace rather than reject the full spectrum of your human nature. The journey continues and the integration deepens as you learn to live from the center of your being, where all opposites unite in the service of becoming who you truly are. The anima and animus, no longer projected onto others or experienced as foreign invaders, take their rightful place as honored aspects of your complete self, contributing their unique gifts to the magnificent complexity and creative potential that is your authentic individuality. In this recognition, in this integration, in this ongoing dance of conscious relationship with all aspects of your nature, you discover not perfection, but wholeness. Not the elimination of contradiction, but the creative harmony that emerges when all parts of yourself are given voice and value in the symphony of your becoming. This is the gift of the inner opposite, the treasure hidden in the seeming conflict between masculine and feminine, the gold that emerges when you learn to love and integrate every aspect of your magnificent, complex, endlessly creative human nature. As we venture deeper into the mysterious territories of the human psyche, we arrive at what Jung considered perhaps his most profound discovery, the archetypes. These are not simply interesting psychological concepts or abstract theoretical constructs, but living patterns of meaning and energy that operate within every human soul, shaping our experiences, our relationships, our dreams, and our deepest sense of purpose and direction in life. If the personal unconscious contains the forgotten memories and rejected aspects of your individual history, and if the anima and animus represent the inner marriage of opposites that create psychological wholeness, then the archetypes represent something even more fundamental. They are the universal patterns, the primordial images, the ancient templates that have been guiding human experience since consciousness first emerged from the depths of instinctual life. Tonight, as we explore these powerful forces that live within you, you may begin to recognize patterns in your own life story that you had never noticed before. You might understand why certain stories, myths, or films move you so deeply, why particular life transitions feel so monumental, or why specific relationships and challenges seem to carry meaning that extends far beyond their surface circumstances. The archetypes speak to you in the language of the soul, a symbolic and metaphorical language that bypasses rational understanding and communicates directly with the deeper wisdom that lives within your unconscious. Learning to recognize and work consciously with these archetypal energies represents one of the most transformative skills you can develop in your journey toward authentic self-understanding and creative self-expression. As you allow yourself to sink into receptive awareness, prepare to encounter not just intellectual concepts, but living forces that are already active within your own psyche. The hero, the wise old man or woman, the great mother, the trickster, and countless other archetypal figures are not distant mythological characters, but aspects of your own deeper nature, patterns of possibility that can guide and enrich your personal journey toward becoming who you truly are. To understand archetypes, imagine that deep within the collective unconscious of humanity lies a vast library containing the accumulated wisdom and experience of our species. But this is not a library of books written in ordinary language. Instead, it contains living patterns of meaning, dynamic templates of possibility, what Jung called primordial images, that represent the fundamental structures of human experience. These patterns are not learned through education or cultural transmission, but are inherited as part of our psychological DNA, emerging spontaneously in dreams, fantasies, creative expressions, and life experiences across all cultures and historical periods. Just as our bodies carry genetic programs that guide physical development, our psyches carry archetypal programs that guide psychological and spiritual development. An archetype is like a magnetic field of meaning that attracts and organizes experience around specific themes and patterns. When an archetype becomes activated within your psyche, it begins to influence how you perceive situations, what kinds of experiences you attract or create, and what possibilities for growth and transformation become available to you. Consider the mother archetype. This is not simply a cultural role or social expectation, but a fundamental pattern of nurturing, protection, and creative fertility that exists within the collective unconscious. When this archetype becomes activated, whether through biological motherhood, caring for others, or nurturing creative projects, it brings with it an entire constellation of energies, insights, and capacities that extend far beyond what could be learned through conscious effort alone. The person in whom the mother archetype is active may suddenly find themselves knowing instinctively how to provide comfort, how to create safe and nurturing environments, how to recognize and respond to the needs of vulnerable beings. They may experience a deepening connection to natural cycles, a heightened sensitivity to what promotes growth and what threatens well-being, and access to a fierce protective energy that emerges when those in their care are threatened. But archetypes are not simply positive forces. They contain both creative and destructive potentials, both beneficial and dangerous possibilities. The mother archetype, when functioning in its shadow aspect, can manifest as overprotection that prevents growth, possessive love that suffocates rather than nurtures, or devouring energy that consumes rather than supports the independence and development of others. This dual nature of archetypes reflects their origin in the fundamental patterns of life itself, which always involve both creation and destruction, growth and decay, birth and death. Archetypal energies are neutral forces that can manifest in either constructive or destructive ways, depending on the level of consciousness and integration of the individual through whom they operate. Archetypes operate through what Jung called constellation, a process by which external circumstances activate specific archetypal patterns within your psyche. When you encounter situations that resonate with a particular archetype, that pattern becomes energized and begins to influence your thoughts, emotions, and behaviors in ways that may feel both familiar and larger than your ordinary personality. You might find yourself in a situation that activates the hero archetype, suddenly feeling called to take on challenges that seem beyond your normal capabilities, experiencing courage and determination that surprise even you, and finding yourself naturally moving toward goals that serve not just your personal interests, but larger purposes that you may not fully understand. Or circumstances might activate the wise old man or woman archetype, leading you to speak words of insight that seem to come from beyond your ordinary knowledge, to understand complex situations with unusual clarity, or to provide guidance that helps others navigate difficulties you have never personally experienced. The activation of archetypes often occurs during major life transitions, times of crisis, or periods when you are called to grow beyond your current level of development. These are moments when your ordinary ego resources prove insufficient for the challenges you face, and your psyche spontaneously reaches into the deeper archetypal layers of the unconscious for guidance, strength, and wisdom. Understanding how archetypes operate helps explain many of the most powerful and transformative experiences of human life. The sense of being called to a particular vocation, the experience of falling deeply in love, the response to crisis that reveals strength you didn't know you possessed, the creative inspiration that seems to come from beyond your personal mind. All of these reflect the operation of archetypal energies within your psyche. Learning to recognize archetypal activation in your own life allows you to work more consciously with these powerful forces, rather than being unconsciously possessed or overwhelmed by them. When you can sense that a particular archetype is becoming active, you can align yourself with its positive potentials while remaining aware of its shadow aspects and potential dangers. One of the most important distinctions Jung made in his understanding of the collective unconscious is the difference between archetypes themselves and the archetypal images through which they manifest in individual consciousness. This distinction is crucial for anyone seeking to work practically with archetypal energies without becoming confused or overwhelmed by their power. Archetypes themselves exist in what Jung called the psychoid realm, a level of reality that is neither purely psychological nor purely physical, but something more fundamental that underlies both. At this level, archetypes are pure patterns of potential, dynamic structures of meaning that cannot be directly perceived or fully comprehended by conscious awareness. Think of archetypes as being like the mathematical principles that govern natural forms. You cannot see the golden ratio itself, but you can observe its manifestation in the spiral of a shell, the arrangement of petals in a flower, or the proportions of the human body. Similarly, you cannot directly perceive the mother archetype, but you can observe its manifestation in countless specific images, stories, behaviors, and experiences. Archetypal images are the specific forms through which archetypes appear in individual consciousness. These images are shaped by personal experience, cultural conditioning, historical context, and individual psychological development. The mother archetype might appear in dreams as your own mother, as the Virgin Mary, as a nurturing grandmother, as Mother Earth, or as any number of other specific figures that carry maternal energy and meaning. Understanding this distinction helps prevent what Jung called archetypal inflation, the dangerous tendency to identify personally with archetypal energies, rather than recognizing them as transpersonal forces that are temporarily manifesting through your individual consciousness. When you confuse archetypal images with the archetypes themselves, you may begin to believe that you personally embody the wisdom of the wise old man, the heroic power of the hero, or the sacred authority of the Great Mother. This inflation can lead to grandiosity, the loss of healthy ego boundaries, and behavior that is inappropriate or even destructive because it attempts to live out archetypal energies without sufficient conscious integration or personal maturity. The person who becomes identified with the hero archetype may take on impossible challenges that destroy their health and relationships. The individual who becomes inflated with the wise teacher energy may begin to believe they possess ultimate wisdom and lose the humility necessary for continued learning and growth. Recognizing the difference between archetypes and archetypal images also helps you understand why archetypal symbols and stories can be simultaneously universal and highly personal. The hero's journey, for example, appears in mythologies throughout the world because it represents a fundamental archetypal pattern of human development. But the specific details of each individual hero story reflect the cultural context and personal concerns of the storyteller and audience. Your own life contains countless examples of archetypal images that are uniquely meaningful to you while also connecting you to universal human patterns. The teacher who inspired you to pursue your calling may carry the archetypal energy of the wise guide, but their specific appearance, words, and teaching style reflect the particular way this archetype manifested in your personal experience. The challenging experiences that forced you to discover inner strength you didn't know you possessed may represent your personal encounter with the hero's journey, but the specific obstacles you faced and the particular ways you overcame them reflect your individual circumstances and psychological makeup. Working effectively with archetypal energies requires maintaining what Jung called the symbolic attitude, a way of relating to archetypal images that honors their transpersonal significance, while avoiding literal identification with their power. This means recognizing when archetypal patterns are active in your life, learning from their wisdom and guidance, and allowing them to support your development, without believing that you personally are the archetype rather than someone through whom archetypal energy is temporarily flowing. The symbolic attitude also involves understanding that archetypal images are living symbols rather than fixed concepts. Their meaning cannot be completely captured through intellectual analysis, but must be experienced, felt, and gradually integrated through ongoing relationship. A dream image of a wise old woman, for instance, cannot be reduced to a simple interpretation, but must be engaged as a living symbol that may continue to reveal new layers of meaning over time. This approach to archetypal images requires a kind of sophisticated psychological thinking that can hold multiple levels of meaning simultaneously. You can recognize that the challenging boss who forces you to develop assertiveness skills may be carrying trickster energy for you personally, while also acknowledging that this same person has their own complex psychology and their own relationship to archetypal patterns that may be completely different from their function in your psychological development. The influence of archetypes on human experience extends far beyond the realm of dreams and fantasies into the practical realities of daily life. Archetypal patterns actively shape what kinds of experiences you attract, how you interpret and respond to life events, what possibilities you can perceive and actualize, and what themes and purposes emerge as central to your individual life story. When particular archetypes are active within your psyche, they function like invisible magnetic fields that attract experiences, relationships, and opportunities that resonate with their energy and meaning. This happens not through magical thinking, but through subtle changes in your awareness, your behavior, your choices, and the signals you unconsciously send to others about who you are and what you are seeking. Consider someone in whom the healer archetype has become activated. This person may find themselves naturally drawn to situations where their healing gifts are needed. They might notice suffering that others overlook, feel called to develop skills in counseling or alternative medicine, or discover that people spontaneously confide their troubles and seek their guidance. Opportunities for healing work may appear in their life with unusual frequency, and they may find themselves in circumstances that allow them to develop and express their healing capacities. This is not coincidence, but the natural result of archetypal constellation. The activation of the healer archetype changes this person's perceptual filters, making them more sensitive to pain and more aware of healing possibilities. It influences their behavior in subtle ways that signal their availability and capacity for healing work. It affects their choices about where to go, what to study, and how to spend their time in ways that increase the likelihood of healing experiences. The person experiencing healer activation may not even be consciously aware of these changes initially. They might simply notice that they seem to be encountering more people in need of help, or that they are developing interests in healing modalities that never appealed to them before, or that they feel increasingly drawn to serve others in ways that promote wellness and growth. Archetypal patterns also shape how you interpret and respond to life experiences, providing meaning frameworks that help you understand what is happening and what is being asked of you. The same objective event may be experienced very differently by different people, depending on which archetypal patterns are active within their psyche. A major life challenge might be experienced as a hero's journey by someone in whom the hero archetype is active, leading them to approach the difficulty with courage, determination, and the expectation that overcoming it will result in important growth and the acquisition of valuable gifts they can share with others. The same challenge might be experienced as a call to spiritual surrender by someone in whom the mystic archetype is active, leading them to approach the difficulty as an opportunity to release ego control and deepen their trust in larger spiritual forces. Or it might be experienced as an opportunity for nurturing and care by someone in whom the mother archetype is active, leading them to focus on how to support and protect others who are affected by the challenging circumstances. None of these interpretations is more correct than the others. Each represents a valid, archetypal perspective that can provide guidance, strength, and meaning during difficult times. The key is recognizing which archetypal patterns are naturally active for you and learning to work consciously with their wisdom while remaining open to the insights that other archetypal perspectives might offer. Archetypes also shape the longer trajectory of your life story, influencing what themes emerge as central to your development and what purposes draw your energy and commitment over time. Some people live lives that are clearly organized around the teacher archetype, dedicating themselves to learning and sharing knowledge in various forms throughout their lifetime. Others embody the creator archetype, spending their energy bringing new ideas, artworks, or innovations into manifestation. Still others organize their lives around the lover archetype, focusing on deepening their capacity for intimacy, beauty, and passionate engagement with life. Or they may be guided by the warrior archetype, dedicating themselves to fighting for causes they believe in and protecting what they value from threat or destruction. Understanding the archetypal themes that are naturally strong in your psyche can help you make life choices that are aligned with your deepest nature and most authentic purposes. Instead of trying to force yourself into roles or pursuits that may be socially approved but archetypal foreign to your essential nature, you can seek ways to express your archetypal gifts in forms that serve both your individual fulfillment and the larger needs of your community. This does not mean becoming rigid or limited in your self-expression. Healthy individuals have access to multiple archetypal patterns and can activate different ones as circumstances require. But recognizing your core archetypal themes provides a foundation of authentic purpose that can guide major life decisions and help you understand when you may be moving away from your true path. The influence of archetypes on life experience also explains why certain stories, films, books, or artistic works affect you so powerfully while leaving others relatively unmoved. When a story activates archetypal patterns that are alive and important in your own psyche, it resonates at a level much deeper than entertainment or intellectual interest. You may find yourself deeply moved by stories of individuals who overcome tremendous obstacles to achieve their goals, recognizing your own hero's journey reflected in their struggles and triumphs. Or you might be powerfully affected by tales of wise teachers who guide lost seekers, feeling the activation of your own inner wise guide, or recognizing your need for such guidance in your current life circumstances. These powerful responses to archetypal stories serve important psychological functions. They help you recognize and understand archetypal patterns that are active in your own life. They provide inspiration and guidance for how to navigate archetypal challenges and opportunities. And they connect you to the larger human story, helping you understand that your individual struggles and achievements are part of timeless patterns that have shaped human experience throughout history. The hero's journey represents perhaps the most widely recognized and personally relevant archetypal pattern in human experience. This is not simply the stuff of mythology and epic tales, but a fundamental structure of psychological development that operates within every human life, calling individuals away from familiar comfort and toward the challenges that promote growth, wisdom, and authentic self-discovery. Your life contains multiple hero's journeys, both large and small, from the major transitions that reshape your entire existence to the daily challenges that require you to move beyond your current capabilities and comfort level. Understanding the archetypal structure of the hero's journey can help you recognize when you are being called to heroic action and provide guidance for navigating these transformative passages with greater consciousness and effectiveness. The classical hero's journey begins with what mythologist Joseph Campbell called the call to adventure, a moment when circumstances invite or demand that you leave the familiar territory of your established life and venture into unknown and potentially dangerous terrain. This call often comes in the form of a crisis, an opportunity, a sense of dissatisfaction with your current situation, or a mysterious attraction towards something that promises growth but requires significant risk. You may have experienced such calls when you felt drawn to change careers despite having invested years in developing expertise in your current field. Or when a relationship that once felt safe and comfortable began to feel stagnant and limiting, calling you toward the unknown territory of being single or seeking a different kind of partnership. Perhaps you have felt called to relocate to a new place that attracted you for reasons you could not quite articulate, or to develop a creative talent that demanded time and energy you were not sure you could afford to give. The initial response to the hero's call is often what Campbell termed the refusal of the call, a natural hesitation or resistance that reflects the ego's attachment to familiar patterns and its fear of the unknown challenges that adventure might bring. This refusal is not cowardice, but wisdom, a healthy recognition that heroic journeys involve real risks and require resources and commitment that should not be undertaken lightly. You may find yourself making excuses about why now is not the right time to pursue the calling you feel, or convincing yourself that you lack the necessary qualifications, resources, or support to succeed in the adventure that attracts you. This phase of hesitation often continues until circumstances make it more painful to remain in familiar territory than to venture into the unknown, or until you develop sufficient confidence and resources to undertake the challenge with a reasonable chance of success. The actual beginning of the hero's journey often involves crossing what Campbell called the threshold, a point of no return where you commit fully to the adventure and leave the safety of known territory behind. This threshold crossing may be dramatic and obvious, like quitting your job to start your own business, or subtle and gradual, like slowly allowing yourself to express creative talents that you had previously kept hidden. Once you have crossed the threshold into the unknown territory of your particular hero's journey, you encounter what Campbell called tests, allies, and enemies, the challenges and supports that shape your development throughout the adventure. These may take the form of external obstacles and helpful people, but they often represent internal psychological challenges and resources that are activated by your commitment to growth and change. The tests you encounter are precisely calibrated to help you develop the qualities and capabilities that you need for your continued development. If your hero's journey involves learning to express your authentic voice in the world, you may face tests that challenge your tendency to accommodate others at the expense of your own truth. If your adventure involves developing leadership skills, you may encounter situations that require you to take responsibility and make difficult decisions despite feeling unprepared or uncertain. The allies you discover may be external mentors, friends, or supporters who provide guidance and encouragement during challenging times. But they also represent internal resources and capabilities that you discover within yourself as you face the demands of your heroic adventure. The courage you didn't know you possessed, the creative solutions that emerge when conventional approaches fail, the resilience that allows you to continue despite setbacks and disappointments. The enemies you face are rarely evil in any simple sense, but rather represent forces that oppose your growth and development. These may be external people or circumstances that seem determined to prevent your success, but more often they represent internal obstacles like self-doubt, old patterns of behavior that no longer serve you, or fears that keep you from fully embracing your potential. The climax of the hero's journey involves what Campbell called the ordeal, a supreme test that requires you to utilize everything you have learned and developed throughout your adventure. This is often the moment of greatest danger and greatest potential, where you either succeed in achieving the goal of your journey or fail in ways that require you to fundamentally reassess your approach and perhaps begin the journey again with greater wisdom and preparation. The ordeal phase of your personal hero's journeys may involve facing your deepest fears, confronting people or situations you have been avoiding, making crucial decisions with incomplete information, or taking actions that require you to trust capabilities you have never fully tested. These moments often feel like the entire journey hangs in the balance, and in a sense this is true, because how you respond determines whether your heroic adventure succeeds in its purpose of promoting genuine growth and transformation. If you successfully navigate the ordeal, you enter what Campbell called the reward phase, where you gain access to the treasure, knowledge, or transformation that was the ultimate goal of your journey. This reward may be external, like achieving a professional goal or finding a fulfilling relationship, but it always includes internal gains like increased confidence, expanded capabilities, deeper self-acknowledge, or a more authentic sense of purpose and identity. The final phase of the hero's journey involves what Campbell termed the return, bringing the gifts and wisdom gained through your adventure back to the ordinary world, where they can serve not only your continued development, but also the well-being of your community. This return is often more challenging than the adventure itself, because it requires integrating your expanded sense of self with the practical demands of daily life and the expectations of people who may not understand or appreciate the changes you have undergone. Successful completion of a hero's journey leaves you fundamentally changed, more capable and authentic than when you began, and often ready to serve as a guide or ally for others who are undertaking their own heroic adventures. You become a living example of what is possible when someone has the courage to leave familiar territory and pursue the calling that leads toward their authentic potential. Deep within your psyche lives a figure of profound wisdom and guidance, what Jung called the wise old man or wise old woman, depending on the gender through which this archetype manifests in your individual experience. This is not simply a memory of wise people you have known, but an archetypal figure that represents your connection to the accumulated wisdom of humanity and your own deepest capacity for insight, understanding, and guidance. The wise guy archetype appears in myths and stories throughout the world as the sage, the guru, the wizard, the crone, the elder, who possesses knowledge that cannot be gained through ordinary experience, but must be earned through years of learning, suffering, and integration. In your own psychological development, this archetype represents the part of you that knows what you need to learn, what direction you need to move, and what your next steps should be, even when your conscious mind feels confused or overwhelmed. This inner wisdom figure often manifests first through projection onto external teachers, mentors, therapists, or guides who seem to possess exactly the knowledge and insight you need for your current developmental challenges. You may find yourself powerfully drawn to certain teachers whose words resonate with deep recognition, or feel mysteriously guided to encounter specific books, teachings, or experiences at precisely the moments when you most need their guidance. While these external encounters with wisdom can be tremendously valuable, the ultimate goal of psychological development is to recognize that the wisdom you seek externally also exists within your own psyche as an archetypal capacity that can be accessed through the right approaches and attitudes. The inner wise guide often speaks through your intuition, those sudden insights that seem to come from nowhere, but they carry a quality of certainty and rightness that transcends rational analysis. It may manifest through dreams that provide exactly the perspective you need on a confusing situation, or through synchronistic events that seem to orchestrate themselves to deliver precisely the message or opportunity you require. Sometimes this inner wisdom appears as an actual figure in dreams or active imagination, an old man or woman who provides guidance, answers questions, or simply offers their presence as a source of comfort and reassurance during challenging times. These figures often possess a quality of timeless knowledge, speaking with authority that seems to transcend the limitations of your personal experience and education. The wise guy archetype can also manifest through your capacity to provide guidance to others. Those moments when you find yourself speaking words of insight that seem to come from beyond your ordinary knowledge, or when you spontaneously know exactly what someone needs to hear, even though you have never faced their particular challenges yourself. Learning to access your inner wise guide requires developing what Jung called the transcendent function, the capacity to step back from immediate emotional reactions and ego concerns and access a broader perspective that can see patterns, connections, and possibilities that are not apparent from the limited viewpoint of ordinary consciousness. This often involves cultivating practices of stillness, reflection, and inner listening that create space for wisdom to emerge naturally rather than trying to force insights through mental effort. Meditation, contemplative prayer, journal writing, time in nature, and other practices that quiet the busy mind and open receptive awareness can help you tune into the subtle communications from your inner wisdom source. The wise guide archetype becomes particularly active during major life transitions, times of crisis, or periods when you are facing decisions that will significantly impact your future direction. These are moments when your ordinary rational mind may feel inadequate to the complexity of the choices you face, and your psyche spontaneously reaches toward deeper sources of guidance and understanding. During such times, you may notice an increase in meaningful dreams, synchronistic events, or encounters with people who offer exactly the perspective you need. You might find yourself drawn to spiritual practices, wisdom teachings, or contemplative activities that help you access the deeper knowing that already exists within your unconscious. But the wise guide archetype also has its shadow aspects that become problematic when this energy is not properly integrated. Archetypal inflation can occur when you begin to identify personally with the wisdom archetype, believing that you possess ultimate knowledge or that your insights are always correct and should be unquestioningly accepted by others. This inflation can lead to spiritual arrogance, the dismissal of other perspectives, and the tendency to give advice or make pronouncements about matters that actually require humility and continued learning. It can also result in the premature assumption of teaching or leadership roles before you have sufficient personal integration and life experience to handle such responsibilities wisely. The shadow of the wise guide can also manifest as the false prophet or the wise fool, figures who possess real insight in some areas but who lack the discrimination to distinguish between genuine wisdom and personal opinion, or who use their gifts for manipulation rather than genuine service to others' well-being. Working consciously with the wise guide archetype requires maintaining what Jung called the balance between inflation and humility, recognizing when genuine wisdom is flowing through you while remaining aware that you are a channel for archetypal energy rather than its personal owner. This means being willing to share insights when they are genuinely helpful while also acknowledging the limitations of your understanding and your continued need for learning and growth. It also involves developing the discrimination to distinguish between authentic inner guidance and the voice of personal fears, desires, or prejudices that may masquerade as wisdom. True inner guidance typically carries qualities of compassion, inclusivity, and long-term perspective, while false guidance often serves narrow personal interests or reflects unexamined assumptions and biases. The Great Mother archetype represents one of the most fundamental and powerful patterns in human experience, encompassing both the creative, nurturing force that brings life into being and sustains its development, and the destructive, devouring energy that can overwhelm, consume, or prevent the independence and growth that healthy development requires. This archetype extends far beyond biological motherhood to include all forms of nurturing, care, protection, and creative fertility. It appears in myths and religious traditions throughout the world as the Earth Mother, the divine feminine, the source of all life and the power that both creates and destroys in the endless cycles of existence. In your personal experience, the Great Mother archetype may manifest through your own capacity for nurturing others, whether as a biological parent, a caregiver in professional settings, or simply as someone who naturally provides emotional support, comfort, and encouragement to those in need. When this archetype is active within you, you may find yourself knowing intuitively how to create safe and supportive environments, how to recognize and respond to the needs of vulnerable beings, and how to offer the kind of unconditional love that promotes healing and growth. The positive aspects of the mother archetype include unconditional love, infinite patience, protective strength, creative fertility, and the capacity to see potential for growth, even in the most challenging circumstances. People in whom this archetype is strongly active often become natural healers, teachers, counselors, or leaders who focus on creating conditions that allow others to flourish and develop their authentic potential. This archetypal energy can manifest not only in relationships with other people, but also in your relationship with creative projects, causes, or endeavors that you nurture and support with maternal dedication. You might find yourself caring for a business venture, an artistic project, a community organization, or an environmental cause with the same fierce protectiveness and patient nurturing that a mother provides to her children. But the mother archetype also contains powerful shadow aspects that become problematic when they operate without sufficient consciousness and balance. The same energy that can provide life-giving nurture can also become possessive, overprotective, and ultimately destructive to the independence and authentic development of those it claims to love. The devouring aspect of the mother archetype manifests as love that suffocates rather than liberates, care that creates dependency rather than strength, and protection that prevents the challenges and struggles necessary for healthy growth and maturation. This shadow mother cannot tolerate the separation and individuation that healthy development requires, and she may unconsciously sabotage attempts at independence or growth that threaten her role as the essential caregiver. In your own psychology, you may experience the devouring mother as the internal voice that tells you that the world is too dangerous for you to venture out on your own, that you lack the strength or capability to handle challenges independently, or that seeking your own path represents a betrayal of those who have cared for you. This internal devouring mother may manifest as excessive worry about safety, resistance to taking appropriate risks, or guilt about pursuing goals that might separate you from family or community expectations. The devouring mother can also appear in your relationships with others, when your caring becomes controlling, when your desire to help becomes a need to be needed, or when your protective instincts prevent others from learning through their own mistakes and struggles. This might manifest as constantly rescuing adult children from the natural consequences of their choices, micromanaging employees or partners under the guise of being helpful, or becoming resentful when others do not appreciate or depend upon your care in the ways you expect. Understanding both aspects of the mother archetype is crucial for anyone seeking to express nurturing qualities in healthy and balanced ways. Authentic mothering, whether literal or metaphorical, requires the wisdom to know when to provide support and when to step back, when to protect and when to allow struggle, when to offer comfort and when to encourage independence. This balance becomes particularly important during times of transition, when those you care about are moving from one developmental stage to another. The archetypal mother within you must learn to release as well as embrace, to trust the process of growth even when it involves temporary pain or uncertainty, and to celebrate the increasing independence of others rather than experiencing it as rejection or loss. The Great Mother archetype is also intimately connected to your relationship with the natural world and the cycles of creation and destruction that govern all life. When this archetype is active within you, you may feel a deep connection to environmental concerns, seasonal rhythms, and the need to protect and preserve the conditions that support life on Earth. This ecological dimension of the mother archetype can provide profound meaning and purpose, connecting your personal caring capacity to larger concerns about the well-being of future generations and the health of the planet itself. Many environmental activists and advocates for social justice are motivated by a deep activation of the mother archetype that extends their caring beyond immediate family and community to include all beings who need protection and support. Working consciously with the mother archetype requires developing what might be called wise mothering, the capacity to provide genuine nurture and support while maintaining appropriate boundaries and respecting the autonomy and developmental needs of others. This involves learning to offer care without attachment to specific outcomes, to provide support without creating dependency, and to love deeply while allowing others the freedom to make their own choices and learn from their own experiences. Among all the archetypal figures that populate the collective unconscious, perhaps none is more paradoxical, challenging, and ultimately necessary for psychological development than the trickster. This archetypal energy appears in mythologies throughout the world as the chaos bringer, the rule breaker, the sacred fool who disrupts established order not through malicious intent, but through an essential function that serves the larger purposes of growth, creativity, and renewal. The trickster represents the force of creative chaos, the energy that prevents life from becoming too rigid, predictable, or stagnant. In psychological terms, this archetype serves the crucial function of disrupting patterns that have outlived their usefulness, challenging assumptions that have become limiting, and creating the kind of beneficial crisis that forces growth and adaptation. In your personal experience, the trickster often manifests as the unexpected events, the surprising setbacks, the seemingly random occurrences that disrupt your carefully laid plans and force you to adapt, improvise, and discover resources and capabilities you never knew you possessed. Put things into context and leap with impudence. What appears on the surface to be bad luck, unfortunate coincidence, or frustrating interference often reveals itself retrospectively to have been exactly what you needed to break out of limiting patterns and move toward greater authenticity and growth. The trickster energy can appear through external circumstances that seem designed to test your flexibility and creativity. You might experience this as the job rejection that forces you to reconsider your career path and ultimately leads to work that is more aligned with your authentic interests and talents, or as the relationship that ends just when you thought you had found security, compelling you to develop greater self-reliance and ultimately leading to a more fulfilling partnership. Sometimes the trickster appears through technology failures, travel delays, unexpected encounters, or miscommunications that temporarily derail your plans but create opportunities for experiences you would never have chosen consciously, but that prove to be exactly what you needed for your development. The trickster can also manifest as an internal force, the part of your psyche that rebels against excessive order, control, or predictability in your life. This might appear as sudden impulses to do something completely out of character, inexplicable attractions to activities or people that seem contrary to your rational interests, or the emergence of chaotic emotions or behaviors that disrupt your carefully maintained self-image. While these manifestations of internal trickster energy can feel uncomfortable or even frightening, they often serve the important function of preventing your personality from becoming too rigid or one-sided. The spontaneous, unpredictable aspects of your nature ensure that you continue to grow and change rather than becoming trapped in patterns that may have served you at one time, but that no longer promote your authentic development. Understanding the trickster archetype can help you develop a more flexible and creative response to the unexpected challenges and disruptions that are an inevitable part of life. Instead of viewing every setback as a personal failure or evidence that life is unfair, you can begin to recognize these experiences as potential manifestations of trickster energy that may be serving important developmental purposes, even when their benefits are not immediately apparent. This perspective does not mean passively accepting all difficulties or failing to take appropriate action to address problems and challenges. Rather, it means maintaining curiosity and openness about what these experiences might be teaching you, what new possibilities they might be creating, and how they might be serving your larger developmental journey, even when their immediate impact feels disruptive or unwelcome. The trickster archetype is particularly active during periods of major life transition, when the structures and patterns that have organized your life are ready to be transformed or transcended. During these times, you may experience an increase in seemingly random or chaotic events that accelerate the process of change and prevent you from clinging too tightly to familiar but outgrown ways of being. Learning to work consciously with trickster energy requires developing what might be called sacred irreverence, the capacity to hold your plans, assumptions, and self-concepts lightly enough that you can adapt creatively when circumstances demand flexibility. This involves cultivating a sense of humor about your own seriousness, maintaining playfulness in the face of setbacks, and trusting that apparent chaos often contains hidden order that serves purposes larger than your immediate understanding can comprehend. The trickster also appears in your relationships with others, sometimes as people who challenge your expectations, refuse to fit into the categories you have created for them, or who seem to specialize in saying or doing exactly what you least want to hear or confront. These trickster figures in your life often serve the valuable function of preventing you from becoming too comfortable with your assumptions about yourself, others, or how life should unfold. While interactions with trickster energy can be frustrating or even infuriating, they frequently provide exactly the kind of challenge you need to break out of limiting patterns and discover new capacities for adaptation and growth. The person who refuses to conform to your expectations may be teaching you about the limitations of your need for control. The situation that unfolds contrary to your careful planning may be showing you possibilities you would never have considered on your own. But the trickster archetype, like all archetypal energies, has its shadow aspects that become problematic when they operate without sufficient consciousness and integration. The destructive trickster manifests as chaos for its own sake, disruption that serves no constructive purpose, or rebellion that destroys valuable structures without offering anything meaningful to replace them. In your personal psychology, the shadow trickster might appear as self-sabotaging behavior that undermines your genuine goals and aspirations, impulsiveness that creates unnecessary problems and complications, or a compulsive need to rebel against authority, even when that authority is serving legitimate and beneficial purposes. The shadow trickster can also manifest as the tendency to create drama and crisis in your life, as a way of avoiding the sustained effort required for genuine growth and development. Instead of doing the patient work of building skills, developing relationships, or pursuing meaningful goals, the destructive trickster prefers the excitement and intensity of constant upheaval and change. Working constructively with trickster energy requires developing the discrimination to distinguish between beneficial chaos that serves growth and destructive chaos that merely prevents development. Beneficial trickster energy typically creates disruptions that, however uncomfortable in the moment, ultimately lead to greater authenticity, flexibility, and creative possibility. Destructive trickster energy creates chaos that serves no constructive purpose and often represents an unconscious attempt to avoid responsibility or commitment. The key to integrating trickster energy lies in learning to collaborate with its chaotic creativity rather than being possessed by it or trying to eliminate it entirely. This means allowing space for spontaneity, play, and unexpected developments in your life, while maintaining enough structure and direction to accomplish meaningful goals and sustain important relationships. The integrated trickster becomes a source of creative innovation, adaptive flexibility, and the kind of playful wisdom that can find humor and possibility even in challenging circumstances. People who have successfully integrated this archetypal energy often display remarkable resilience, creativity, and the ability to help others navigate change and uncertainty with greater ease and confidence. Learning to recognize archetypal patterns within your own life story represents one of the most transformative skills you can develop in your journey towards self-understanding and authentic living. When you begin to see your personal experiences as expressions of universal human themes, your individual struggles and achievements take on deeper meaning and connect you to the larger story of human development and consciousness. This recognition begins with developing what Jung called the mythic imagination, the capacity to perceive the archetypal dimensions of ordinary experience. Instead of viewing your life as a series of random events or personal successes and failures, you begin to recognize the universal patterns that give structure and meaning to human existence. Consider how your major life transitions might reflect archetypal patterns. The leaving of home for college or career might represent your personal version of the hero's departure from familiar territory to seek adventure and growth in unknown lands. The challenges you faced during this transition, the allies and obstacles you encountered, and the wisdom and strength you gained through overcoming difficulties all mirror the classical structure of the hero's journey. Or perhaps you can recognize periods in your life when the wise guide archetype was particularly active, times when you seemed to receive exactly the guidance and insight you needed through dreams, synchronicities, encounters with teachers, or sudden moments of inner knowing. These experiences connect you to the universal human need for wisdom and guidance during times of confusion or transition. You might identify phases when the mother archetype was dominant in your experience, whether through biological parenthood, caring for aging parents, nurturing creative projects, or simply feeling called to provide comfort and support to others during difficult times. Recognizing these patterns helps you understand the deeper currents that have shaped your choices and experiences. The process of archetypal recognition often involves looking back at your life story with new eyes, seeing patterns and themes that were not apparent when you were in the midst of living them. What seemed like unrelated events may reveal themselves as part of larger archetypal sequences. What felt like personal failure may be recognized as a necessary phase in an archetypal process of death and rebirth that ultimately served your development. This retrospective recognition can be profoundly healing because it places your struggles and achievements within a context of universal meaning. The depression you experienced during your 30s might be understood as a necessary descent into the underworld that preceded a period of renewal and creative emergence. The relationship that ended painfully might be seen as the completion of one phase of your journey and the preparation for a new stage of growth. But archetypal recognition is not just a retrospective process. You can also learn to identify archetypal patterns as they are unfolding in your current experience, which allows you to work more consciously with these energies rather than being unconsciously possessed or overwhelmed by them. When you sense that a major transition is beginning in your life, you can ask yourself which archetypal patterns might be activating. Are you being called to a hero's journey that will require courage and determination? Is the wise guide archetype inviting you to develop deeper wisdom and insight? Is the creator archetype awakening new creative possibilities that need your attention and nurturing? This kind of archetypal awareness can provide valuable guidance for how to approach the challenges and opportunities you are facing. If you recognize that you are in the early stages of a hero's journey, you can prepare yourself for the tests and obstacles that are likely to come, while also remaining open to the allies and resources that typically appear to support heroic adventures. If you sense that the trickster archetype is becoming active in your life, you can practice maintaining flexibility and humor in the face of unexpected developments, knowing that apparent chaos often serves important developmental purposes, even when its benefits are not immediately obvious. Recognizing archetypal patterns also helps you understand the deeper purposes behind experiences that might otherwise seem meaningless or purely negative. The crisis that disrupts your carefully planned life might be recognized as a necessary shakeup that prevents stagnation and opens new possibilities for growth. The relationship conflict that forces you to examine your assumptions about love and commitment might be understood as serving the archetypal purpose of deepening your capacity for authentic intimacy. This archetypal perspective does not eliminate the pain or difficulty of challenging experiences, but it can provide a framework of meaning that helps you navigate these experiences with greater wisdom and resilience. When you understand that your personal struggles are expressions of universal human themes, you can draw upon the collective wisdom that humanity has accumulated about how to navigate similar challenges. Once you begin to recognize archetypal patterns in your life, you can use this awareness proactively to support your personal growth and development. Instead of simply reacting to whatever archetypal energies happen to be active, you can consciously cultivate relationships with specific archetypes that represent qualities or capacities you want to develop. This process begins with honest self-assessment about which archetypal energies are naturally strong in your personality and which ones might be underdeveloped or rejected. You might recognize that you have easy access to caregiver energy, but struggle to connect with your inner warrior when firmness and assertion are needed. Or you might discover that you can readily access your inner hero for external challenges, but have difficulty connecting with the lover archetype that would enrich your capacity for beauty, pleasure, and intimate connection. Once you have identified archetypal patterns that could benefit from development, you can begin to consciously invite these energies into your life through various practices and approaches. If you want to develop your connection to the wise guide archetype, you might establish regular practices of meditation, contemplation, or journal writing that create space for inner wisdom to emerge. You could seek out mentors or teachers who embody the wisdom qualities you want to develop, or engage with books, teachings, or spiritual practices that activate your own inner knowing. If you want to strengthen your relationship with the creator archetype, you might begin or renew creative practices that allow this energy to flow through you. This could involve artistic pursuits like painting, writing, or music, but it might also include creative approaches to problem solving in your work, innovative ways of organizing your living space, or original approaches to cooking, gardening, or other practical activities. Developing your connection to the lover archetype might involve practices that cultivate your appreciation for beauty, your capacity for sensual pleasure, your ability to be present and intimate in relationships, or your willingness to be moved and transformed by art, nature, or music. This could include spending time in beautiful environments, developing your aesthetic sensibilities, or practicing forms of meditation or movement that increase your embodied awareness and capacity for pleasure. The key to successful archetypal development is approaching these practices with genuine respect for the archetypal energies you are seeking to cultivate. This is not about superficial role-playing or trying to force yourself to become something you are not, but rather about creating conditions that allow natural archetypal potentials to emerge and develop within your unique personality. It also requires patience and consistency, because archetypal development typically unfolds slowly over months and years rather than happening through sudden transformation. The archetypal qualities you are seeking to develop may initially feel foreign or artificial, but with consistent practice and attention, they gradually become integrated into your natural way of being. Archetypal awareness can also guide you in making major life decisions by helping you recognize which choices are most aligned with your authentic archetypal nature and which ones might require you to suppress or deny important aspects of yourself. If you are naturally oriented toward the teacher archetype, career choices that involve sharing knowledge and supporting others' learning are likely to bring greater satisfaction than roles that focus primarily on individual achievement or material gain. If the creator archetype is central to your nature, you will probably find greater fulfillment in work that allows for innovation, artistic expression, or the development of new ideas than in highly structured roles that leave little room for creativity and originality. This does not mean limiting yourself to stereotypical expressions of particular archetypes, but rather seeking ways to express your core archetypal themes through whatever roles and circumstances are available to you. A person with strong teacher energy might express this archetype through formal education, but also through parenting, mentoring colleagues, writing, creating instructional content, or any other activity that involves helping others learn and grow. Using archetypal awareness for personal growth also involves learning to recognize when you are out of balance, either over-identifying with certain archetypal energies while neglecting others, or avoiding archetypal patterns that you need for complete development. If you have been exclusively focused on achieving external goals through warrior energy, you might need to cultivate more lover energy to bring pleasure, beauty, and intimate connection into your life. If you have been primarily operating from caregiver energy in your relationships, you might need to develop more warrior qualities to establish healthy boundaries and protect your own needs and interests. While working consciously with archetypal energies can be tremendously beneficial for personal growth and authentic self-expression, it also carries specific dangers that Jung warned about extensively. The most significant of these is archetypal inflation, the tendency to identify personally with archetypal energies rather than recognizing them as transpersonal forces that temporarily flow through individual consciousness. Archetypal inflation occurs when you begin to believe that you personally are the archetype rather than someone through whom archetypal energy is manifesting. Instead of recognizing yourself as a temporary channel for the wise guide, the hero, the creator, or any other archetypal pattern, you begin to believe that you embody these energies permanently and completely. This inflation can manifest in various ways depending on which archetype is involved. Someone experiencing inflation with the wise guide archetype might begin to believe that they possess ultimate wisdom and that their insights are always correct and should be unquestioningly accepted by others. They may lose the humility and openness to learning that characterizes genuine wisdom, becoming dogmatic and dismissive of perspectives that differ from their own. Hero inflation might manifest as the belief that you are uniquely capable of solving problems that have challenged others, that normal limitations do not apply to you, or that you are destined for greatness that sets you apart from ordinary humanity. This can lead to taking on challenges that are beyond your actual capabilities, neglecting the support and collaboration that even heroic endeavors require, or developing grandiose fantasies about your importance and specialness. Creator inflation might appear as the belief that everything you create is brilliant, and that any criticism or lack of recognition represents the ignorance or jealousy of others rather than legitimate feedback about areas that need improvement. This can lead to artistic or professional stagnation, the inability to collaborate effectively with others, or the rejection of valuable guidance and mentoring. Inflation with the lover archetype might manifest as the belief that you have special powers of attraction, or that your romantic or sexual experiences are more profound and meaningful than those of others. This can lead to manipulative behavior in relationships, the inability to form stable commitments, or the constant seeking of new romantic conquests to feed an inflated sense of your own desirability. The danger of archetypal inflation lies not only in its impact on your behavior and relationships, but also in the fact that it cuts you off from continued growth and development. When you believe you have already achieved mastery of a particular archetypal energy, you stop doing the humble work of integration and refinement that genuine development requires. Inflation also makes you vulnerable to what Jung called tendentia, the tendency for psychological energies to swing into their opposite when they become too extreme or one-sided. The inflated wise guide may suddenly find themselves confronted with situations that reveal the limitations of their knowledge. The inflated hero may face defeats that shatter their sense of special capability. The inflated creator may experience periods of creative drought that challenge their identity as an especially gifted person. These deflations can be devastating when they occur to someone who has become identified with archetypal energies, because they threaten not just specific achievements or capabilities, but the core sense of identity that has been built around being special or superior in particular ways. Preventing archetypal inflation requires maintaining what Jung called the symbolic attitude, a way of relating to archetypal energies that honors their power and significance while recognizing that they are larger than any individual personality. This means approaching archetypal experiences with humility, recognizing that you are a temporary vehicle for energies that belong to the collective human heritage rather than your personal possession. It also requires developing strong ego boundaries that can contain archetypal energies without being overwhelmed by them. This involves maintaining awareness of your personal limitations, continuing to seek feedback and guidance from others, and staying connected to the ordinary human concerns and relationships that keep you grounded in practical reality. Regular self-reflection and honest assessment of your motivations can help you recognize the early signs of inflation before they become problematic. When you notice yourself feeling specially chosen, uniquely gifted, or exempt from the normal challenges and limitations that others face, these may be warning signs that inflation is developing. Working with trusted friends, mentors, or therapists who can provide honest feedback about your behavior and attitudes can also serve as a safeguard against inflation. People who know you well and care about your genuine development can often recognize signs of inflation that you might miss due to your proximity to your own psychological processes. The goal is not to avoid archetypal experiences or to minimize their significance, but rather to maintain the kind of conscious relationship with these energies that allows you to benefit from their wisdom and power while avoiding the dangers of identification and inflation. When you can serve as a conscious channel for archetypal energies without losing your sense of personal humility and continued need for growth, you become capable of expressing these transpersonal forces in ways that serve not only your own development, but the well-being of others and the larger community. As you rest now in the recognition of these powerful patterns that live within your psyche, feel the presence of the hero who is ready to face whatever challenges serve your growth, the wise guide who knows what you need to learn, the mother who can nurture what wants to be born through you, and the trickster who ensures that your journey remains creative, flexible, and alive to unexpected possibilities. These archetypal energies are not distant forces, but living aspects of your own deeper nature, available to guide and support your continued development toward wholeness and authentic self-expression. They speak to you in the language of the soul, through dreams and synchronicities, through the stories that move you and the experiences that transform you, through the callings that draw you toward your authentic purpose and the challenges that develop your latent capability. Learning to recognize and work consciously with these archetypal patterns connects you not only to your own deepest potentials, but to the larger human story of growth, meaning, the eternal quest for consciousness and creative expression. You are not alone in your struggles and aspirations, but part of an ancient and ongoing human adventure that has been unfolding for millennia and that will continue through your own unique contribution to the great work of becoming fully human. The archetypes live within you as sources of wisdom, strength, creativity, and guidance for the journey toward becoming your true self. They offer not rigid templates that you must follow, but living patterns of possibility that can support and inspire your authentic development in ways that serve both your individual fulfillment and your contribution to the collective evolution of human consciousness. Rest in this knowing, and allow these eternal patterns to work their patient alchemy within your psyche, transforming the base metal of unconscious living into the gold of conscious, purposeful, archetypal existence that represents the highest potential of human development and creative expression. As we arrive at the heart of Jung's psychological system, we encounter what he considered the central task of human existence: individuation. This is not merely another concept to be understood intellectually, but a description of the fundamental drive that operates within every human being. the deep imperative toward becoming who you truly are at the most authentic level possible. Individuation represents the organizing principle behind all psychological development, the invisible force that guides you toward wholeness, integration, and the full expression of your unique potential. It is both a natural process that unfolds spontaneously throughout your lifetime and a conscious task that requires your active participation, courage, and commitment to truth over comfort. Tonight, as we explore this magnificent and challenging journey, you may recognize that everything we have discussed in our time together, the architecture of the psyche, the integration of shadow, the marriage of inner opposites, the recognition of archetypal patterns, all of these serve the larger purpose of individuation, the movement toward becoming a complete and authentic human being. This is not a journey that can be completed in a weekend workshop or achieved through following someone else's formula for self-improvement. Individuation is the work of a lifetime, a gradual process of discovering, accepting, and integrating all aspects of your nature into a coherent and creative whole that serves both your personal fulfillment and your unique contribution to the larger human community. As you settle into this exploration, prepare to encounter both the profound promise and the significant challenges of the individuation process. This is not a path for those who seek easy answers or comfortable conformity, but for those who are willing to undertake the most important adventure of human existence, the journey toward becoming your true self in a world that often rewards imitation and conformity over authenticity and creativity. One of the most crucial distinctions Jung made in his understanding of human development is the difference between individuation and individualism, two concepts that are often confused but that represent fundamentally different approaches to human existence and self-expression. Individualism, as Jung understood it, is primarily concerned with the ego's desire to distinguish itself from others, to assert its superiority or specialness, and to pursue personal gratification, often at the expense of larger concerns about community, meaning, and genuine growth. Individualism tends to be reactive, defining itself in opposition to others rather than emerging from authentic self-acknowledge and acceptance. The individualistic person is often primarily motivated by a desire to be different, special, or superior to others, but this difference is usually superficial, based on external achievements, possessions, or lifestyle choices, rather than deep psychological integration and authentic self-expression. Individualism often leads to what Jung called pseudo-individuality, the creation of a persona or false self that appears unique but is actually constructed from cultural materials and unconscious compensations rather than genuine self-acknowledge. Individuation, by contrast, is concerned with becoming who you truly are at the deepest level, regardless of whether this makes you similar to or different from others. The individuated person is not trying to prove their specialness or superiority, but rather to discover and express their authentic nature in ways that serve both their own wholeness and the larger purposes of life itself. Individuation is fundamentally inclusive rather than exclusive. While it requires you to differentiate yourself from collective expectations and unconscious identifications, it ultimately leads toward greater connection with others and with the universal human experience. The more individuated you become, the more you recognize your fundamental similarity to other human beings who are also struggling with the challenges of becoming authentic and whole. This process begins with what Jung called the separation from the collective, but it does not end there. True individuation eventually leads to what he termed the return to the collective, where your hard-won individuality becomes a gift that you offer in service to others and to the larger human community. The individuated person has moved beyond the need to define themselves in opposition to others or to seek validation through external achievement and recognition. They have developed an internal source of value and meaning that allows them to contribute to collective endeavors without losing their authentic self, and to stand alone when necessary without becoming isolated or defensive. Understanding this distinction helps explain why many attempts at self-improvement and personal growth fail to produce lasting satisfaction or genuine transformation. When these efforts are motivated by individualistic desires to be special, superior, or different from others, they often lead to increased ego inflation and separation, rather than authentic development and integration. True individuation requires the courage to discover who you actually are rather than who you think you should be or who others expect you to be. This often means giving up cherished illusions about yourself, acknowledging uncomfortable truths about your motivations and limitations, and accepting aspects of your personality that you had hoped to transcend or eliminate. The individuated person has learned to love and accept their complete nature, including their flaws, limitations, and ordinary human needs and desires. They no longer need to maintain a perfect image or to hide their humanity behind a mask of spiritual attainment or psychological sophistication. This acceptance of your complete humanity, paradoxically, creates the foundation for genuine growth and transformation. When you no longer waste energy trying to be someone you are not, that energy becomes available for authentic development and creative expression. When you stop fighting against aspects of your nature that you cannot change, you can focus on cultivating those qualities and capabilities that are genuinely available for development. Individuation also involves what Jung called the realization of the self, the recognition that your true identity extends beyond the limitations of your ego to include the transpersonal aspects of your nature that connect you to larger sources of meaning, wisdom, and creative power. This realization does not lead to ego inflation, but rather to what Jung termed ego-self cooperation, where your personal will becomes aligned with deeper purposes that serve both your authentic development and the larger good. At the core of Jung's understanding of human nature lies his recognition that every person possesses what he called the transcendent function, an innate drive towards psychological wholeness that operates throughout the entire lifetime, guiding development toward ever greater integration, consciousness, and authentic self-expression. This drive toward wholeness is not something you have to create or force into existence, but rather a natural tendency that is already operating within your psyche, constantly working to balance one-sided developments, compensate for conscious limitations, and integrate rejected or undeveloped aspects of your personality into a more complete and harmonious whole. You can observe this drive operating in the way your unconscious provides dreams that offer perspectives missing from your conscious attitude, in the way you are attracted to people who embody qualities you need to develop in yourself, and in the way life circumstances seem to conspire to bring you exactly the experiences you need for your continued growth, even when these experiences are challenging or unwelcome. The drive toward wholeness is also evident in the way psychological symptoms often emerge precisely when you most need to pay attention to neglected aspects of your development. Depression may arise when you have become too identified with achievement and success while neglecting emotional depth and meaning. Anxiety might develop when you have focused too exclusively on security and control while avoiding the risks necessary for authentic growth. Relationship conflicts often emerge when you are ready to reclaim projected aspects of your personality, or when your development requires changes that threaten the established patterns in your partnerships. Creative blocks may occur when you have been living too much from your rational mind, while your intuitive and imaginative capacities are demanding attention and expression. Rather than viewing these symptoms as purely negative experiences to be eliminated as quickly as possible, Jung encourages us to see them as communications from the unconscious about what needs attention and integration for continued wholeness and development. The drive toward wholeness operates through what Jung called the principle of compensation, the unconscious tendency to balance conscious one-sidedness with opposite qualities and perspectives. If your conscious attitude becomes too optimistic and positive, your unconscious may produce dreams or experiences that introduce necessary elements of realism and shadow awareness. If you become too pessimistic and negative, your unconscious may provide experiences of beauty, joy, or inspiration that restore balance to your perspective. This compensatory function ensures that no aspect of your potential remains permanently neglected or suppressed. The qualities you reject in youth may demand integration in midlife. The aspects of your personality that you develop extensively in the first half of life may need to be balanced by their opposites in the second half. Understanding the compensatory nature of psychological development can help you approach your own growth with greater patience and wisdom. Instead of viewing setbacks, challenges, or the emergence of previously rejected qualities as evidence of failure or regression, you can recognize them as natural phases in the ongoing process of psychological balancing and integration. The drive toward wholeness also manifests through what Jung called the prospective function of the unconscious, the tendency for dreams, fantasies, and unconscious processes to point toward future possibilities for development, rather than simply reflecting past experiences or present circumstances. Your unconscious often knows what you need to develop before your conscious mind recognizes these needs, and it begins preparing you for future growth through symbolic communications, unexpected interests, and the gradual emergence of new capacities and possibilities. This prospective dimension of psychological development means that you are constantly in the process of becoming something more than what you currently are. Your present personality, however stable and familiar it may feel, represents only a temporary configuration of your total potential, a way station on the journey toward greater wholeness and authentic self-expression. Recognizing this prospective dimension can help you approach periods of confusion, transition, and uncertainty with greater trust and curiosity. When you feel unclear about your direction or dissatisfied with your current circumstances, these feelings may represent the stirring of new possibilities that your unconscious is preparing you to embrace. The drive toward wholeness ultimately serves purposes that extend beyond individual satisfaction and achievement. Jung believed that each person's movement toward individuation contributes to the larger evolution of human consciousness, helping to expand the range of what is possible in human development and expression. When you do the work of integrating your shadow, balancing your inner opposites, and expressing your authentic nature, you not only heal and fulfill yourself, but also contribute to the healing and development of the larger human community. Your individual wholeness becomes a gift that you offer to others through your presence, your work, and your relationships. Jung's radical insight was that becoming yourself, achieving authentic individuation, is not a luxury or an optional pursuit for those with sufficient time and resources, but rather the fundamental task that gives meaning and purpose to human existence. This is not simply his personal opinion, but an observation based on decades of clinical work with thousands of patients and his own intensive self-analysis. Jung discovered that the people who achieved the greatest satisfaction, resilience, and capacity to contribute meaningfully to others were those who had done the work of becoming authentically themselves, rather than remaining trapped in personas, collective expectations, or unconscious identifications that prevented genuine self-expression. Conversely, he found that much human suffering stems from the failure to individuate, from remaining stuck in patterns of living that serve external expectations or unconscious compulsions, rather than authentic development and self-expression. Depression, anxiety, addiction, relationship difficulties, and a pervasive sense of meaninglessness often reflect the soul's rebellion against living inauthentically. From Jung's perspective, you cannot achieve lasting happiness, fulfillment, or peace by pursuing external goals or by conforming to social expectations, no matter how successfully you may accomplish these objectives. Without the foundation of authentic selfhood, external achievements remain hollow and fail to provide the deep satisfaction and sense of purpose that make life meaningful. This does not mean that external goals and social responsibilities are unimportant, but rather that they can only provide genuine satisfaction when they emerge from and serve your authentic nature, rather than representing attempts to avoid or escape the work of becoming yourself. The primacy of individuation also reflects Jung's understanding that each person possesses a unique configuration of potential that can be actualized only through their individual development and expression. You are not a blank slate to be shaped according to external expectations, but rather a unique seed containing specific possibilities that can flourish only when the right conditions are provided and the natural process of development is supported and encouraged. This means that your life has inherent meaning and purpose that can be discovered through the process of individuation, but that cannot be imposed from outside or copied from others. Your task is not to become like someone else, however admirable they may be, but to discover and express your own unique version of human possibility. Jung's emphasis on individuation as life's primary task also reflects his recognition that consciousness itself is still evolving, and that each person's movement toward greater awareness and integration contributes to this larger evolutionary process. When you do the work of becoming conscious of your unconscious patterns, integrating your shadow, and expressing your authentic nature, you are participating in the ongoing development of human consciousness itself. This gives profound meaning to your individual struggles and achievements. Your personal work of psychological development is not selfish or narcissistic, but represents your contribution to the larger human project of expanding consciousness, creativity, and authentic self-expression. The process of individuation also serves the function of helping you discover your unique form of service to the larger community. When you know who you truly are, you naturally discover how you are meant to contribute to the well-being of others and the larger world. Your authentic gifts become clear, and you find ways to express them that serve both your personal fulfillment and the needs of your community. This service emerges organically from your individuation, rather than being imposed as an external obligation. The individuated person naturally wants to contribute their gifts because they have discovered that authentic self-expression includes caring for and supporting the development of others and the larger human community. Understanding individuation as life's primary task can help you prioritize your time, energy, and attention in ways that serve your authentic development rather than being scattered among activities and commitments that may be socially expected but that do not contribute to your genuine growth and self-expression. It can also provide guidance during periods of decision-making and transition. When facing important choices, you can ask yourself which options serve your authentic individuation and which ones represent attempts to avoid the challenges and responsibilities of becoming yourself. This perspective on individuation as life's central task does not make the process easier or more comfortable, but it does provide a framework of meaning that can sustain you through the difficulties and uncertainties that authentic development inevitably involves. When you understand that becoming yourself is not optional but essential, you can approach the challenges of individuation with the seriousness and commitment they deserve. The journey of individuation typically begins with what Jung called the separation from the collective, a process that parallels the mythic hero's departure from familiar territory to undertake a transformative adventure. This separation is not a rejection of all social values and connections, but rather the necessary differentiation from unconscious identification with collective expectations, family patterns, and cultural conditioning that prevents authentic self-discovery. During childhood and early adulthood, you naturally absorb the values, beliefs, and behavioral patterns of your family and cultural environment. This absorption is necessary for survival and social functioning, but it often results in what Jung called participation mystique, an unconscious identification with collective values that prevents you from discovering your own authentic preferences, beliefs, and ways of being. The first stage of individuation involves recognizing the difference between what you have been taught to value and what you actually value when you examine your own experience honestly. This recognition often comes through crisis, conflict, or a gradual sense of dissatisfaction with living according to expectations that feel foreign to your authentic nature. You might discover that the career path you have been pursuing reflects your family's expectations rather than your own interests and talents. Or you may realize that the lifestyle you have been living serves social status concerns rather than your genuine preferences for how you want to spend your time and energy. The relationship patterns you have developed might reveal themselves to be unconscious repetitions of your parents' dynamics, rather than conscious choices based on your own understanding of what creates healthy and fulfilling partnerships. The beliefs you have held about spirituality, politics, or personal values may prove to be inherited assumptions that you have never actually examined or tested against your own experience. This recognition phase can be deeply unsettling because it challenges the foundation of identity and meaning that you have built your life upon. The values and patterns that once provided security and direction may suddenly feel constraining or inauthentic. The people and institutions that once seemed to offer clear guidance may appear limiting or even harmful to your authentic development. The departure from collective values often involves what Jung called the breakdown of the persona, the recognition that the image you have been presenting to the world represents only a partial and often distorted picture of who you truly are. This breakdown can feel like a crisis of identity because the persona has usually been so closely identified with your sense of self that questioning it feels like questioning your very existence. But this crisis, however uncomfortable, is necessary for authentic development. The breakdown of unconscious identification with collective values creates the psychological space needed for discovering your own authentic preferences, beliefs, and ways of being in the world. The departure phase often involves a period of rebellion or rejection of previously accepted authorities and expectations. This rebellion may be external, involving actual changes in lifestyle, relationships, or commitments, but it is more fundamentally an internal process of questioning assumptions and developing your own capacity for judgment and choice-making. This rebellious phase serves the important function of helping you develop psychological independence and the capacity to think for yourself rather than simply accepting what others tell you is true or valuable. However, it can also become problematic if it becomes an end in itself, rather than a necessary stage in the movement toward genuine independence and authentic self-expression. Some people become stuck in perpetual rebellion, defining themselves primarily in opposition to others, rather than developing positive connections to their own authentic values and preferences. This reactive independence prevents genuine individuation, because it keeps you psychologically dependent on others, even if that dependence is expressed through opposition rather than compliance. Successful navigation of the departure phase requires developing what Jung called the capacity for conscious choice, the ability to evaluate options based on your own authentic preferences and values, rather than simply reacting against collective expectations or trying to fulfill them unconsciously. This capacity emerges gradually as you learn to distinguish between your authentic responses and the responses you have been conditioned to have. It requires patient self-observation, honest self-reflection, and the willingness to experiment with different ways of being to discover what actually feels right for you rather than what you think should feel right. The departure from collective values also involves learning to tolerate the anxiety and uncertainty that comes with psychological independence. When you are no longer automatically following collective expectations, you must develop your own internal guidance system for making decisions and evaluating choices. This internal guidance emerges partly through rational analysis and partly through developing sensitivity to what Jung called the voice of the self, the deeper wisdom within your psyche that knows what serves your authentic development and what does not. Once you have begun to separate from unconscious identification with collective values, the second major stage of individuation involves what Jung called the encounter with the unconscious, a deep dive into the hidden aspects of your personality that have been rejected, suppressed, or never allowed to develop during your early psychological formation. This encounter is often triggered by the breakdown of the familiar structures and identities that occurred during the departure phase. When your established ways of understanding yourself and organizing your life no longer feel adequate or authentic, your psyche spontaneously opens to deeper layers of experience that were previously inaccessible to consciousness. The encounter with the unconscious typically begins with shadow work, the recognition and integration of aspects of your personality that were rejected during the formation of your conscious identity. This process can be uncomfortable and even frightening because it requires acknowledging qualities within yourself that contradict your preferred self-image and that may challenge relationships and commitments you have built around your familiar persona. But shadow integration is essential for individuation because these rejected aspects of your personality often contain valuable qualities and capacities that you need for complete self-expression and authentic living. The anger you suppressed may contain the assertiveness you need to protect your boundaries and pursue your goals. The selfishness you rejected may transform into healthy self-care and the ability to honor your own needs and desires. The encounter with the unconscious also involves working with anima and animus projections, withdrawing the idealized or demonized images you have projected onto others, and recognizing these as aspects of your own inner nature that need development and integration. This work often requires a fundamental reorganization of your relationships as you learn to relate to others as they actually are, rather than as carriers of your projected material. During this phase, dreams often become more vivid and meaningful, providing direct communication from unconscious parts of your psyche about what needs attention and integration. You may experience an increase in synchronicities, those meaningful coincidences that seem to orchestrate themselves to provide exactly the guidance or opportunities you need for your continued development. Creative expression often becomes more important during the encounter phase, as artistic, musical, or literary activities provide outlets for unconscious material that cannot be easily expressed through ordinary rational communication. Many people discover unexpected creative talents during this phase of individuation, as previously suppressed aspects of their personality seek expression through artistic activities. The encounter with the unconscious also involves what Jung called active imagination, the practice of consciously dialoguing with unconscious figures and energies through imagination, visualization, or creative expression. This is not daydreaming or wishful thinking, but a serious psychological practice that allows you to develop conscious relationships with aspects of your psyche that have been operating autonomously and often problematically. Through active imagination, you might dialogue with your inner critic to understand what it is trying to protect you from and how it might serve your development in more constructive ways. You could engage with archetypal figures like the wise old man or woman to access deeper sources of guidance and wisdom, or you might work with symbolic images from dreams to understand their meaning and integrate their insights into your conscious life. This phase of individuation often involves a period of increased emotional intensity and psychological instability, as unconscious material emerges into consciousness and begins to reorganize your personality structure. You may experience periods of depression, anxiety, or confusion as old patterns break down and new ones have not yet stabilized. Jung called this period the dark night of the soul, recognizing it as a necessary phase of psychological transformation that, while difficult, serves the essential function of creating space for more authentic and integrated ways of being to emerge. The encounter with the unconscious also typically involves a confrontation with what Jung called the self, the archetypal center of personality that represents your total potential for wholeness and authentic self-expression. This encounter with the self can be overwhelming because it reveals the vast gap between who you currently are and who you have the potential to become. The self often appears in dreams and fantasies as figures of great wisdom, power, or spiritual authority, representing the fully individuated person you are capable of becoming through continued psychological development. But it can also appear as challenging or even destructive figures that demand fundamental changes in how you understand yourself and organize your life. Working consciously with the self requires what Jung called ego-self cooperation, learning to align your personal will and conscious intentions with the deeper purposes and wisdom that emerge from the self archetype. This involves developing humility about your conscious understanding, while also taking responsibility for implementing the insights and directions that emerge from deeper levels of your psyche. The final stage of individuation involves what Jung called the return, the integration of insights and capacities gained through the encounter with the unconscious back into practical life in ways that serve both your continued development and your contribution to the larger human community. This return phase parallels the mythic hero's journey back to ordinary reality, bearing gifts that can heal and transform their community. In psychological terms, it involves finding ways to express your authentic nature and integrated wholeness through your work, relationships, and creative contributions while remaining connected to and supportive of the larger social fabric. The return is often more challenging than the encounter phase because it requires integrating profound personal changes with practical responsibilities and social relationships that may not understand or appreciate your transformation. You must find ways to express your authentic self while also fulfilling legitimate obligations to family, work, and community that may have been established before your individuation process began. This integration requires what Jung called the transcendent function, the capacity to hold apparent opposites in creative tension until new solutions emerge that honor both your authentic development and your connections to others. You must learn to be true to yourself while also being responsive to the legitimate needs and concerns of those whose lives are intertwined with yours. The return phase often involves renegotiating relationships as you learn to express your more complete and authentic personality while maintaining love and respect for others who may be at different stages of their own development. This can be particularly challenging in intimate relationships where your partner has become accustomed to relating to your familiar persona rather than your emerging wholeness. Professional life may also require significant adjustments as you find ways to express your authentic gifts and interests through work that serves both your individual fulfillment and larger social needs. This might involve changing careers, modifying your approach to existing work, or finding new ways to contribute your unique talents to your professional community. The service dimension of the return phase emerges naturally as you discover that authentic self-expression includes a desire to contribute to the well-being and development of others. The qualities and insights you have gained through your individuation process become gifts that you naturally want to share with others who are undertaking their own journey toward wholeness and authentic self-expression. This service is not imposed as an external obligation, but arises organically from your integrated personality. The healer who has done their own psychological work naturally wants to help others heal. The teacher who has gained wisdom through experience naturally wants to share that wisdom with students. The artist who has found their authentic voice naturally wants to create works that inspire and move others. The return phase also involves what Jung called the realization of the self in life, the ongoing process of expressing your integrated wholeness through daily choices, relationships, and activities. This is not a destination you reach once and then maintain forever, but an ongoing practice of aligning your life with your authentic nature, while remaining open to continued growth and development. As you become more individuated, you often discover that your personal fulfillment and your service to others are not competing priorities, but complementary aspects of a life lived authentically. The more you express your true nature, the more you have to offer others. The more you contribute to others' well-being, the more you discover about your own authentic capacities and gifts. The return phase represents the flowering of the individuation process, where the long work of psychological development begins to bear fruit in the form of a life that is both personally satisfying and socially beneficial. This is not perfection, but rather the establishment of a way of living that honors both your individual authenticity and your connection to the larger human community. One of the most significant obstacles to individuation is the constant pressure to conform to social expectations, collective values, and group norms that may be incompatible with your authentic development and self-expression. This pressure operates at multiple levels, from intimate family dynamics to broad cultural conditioning, and it often intensifies precisely when you begin to differentiate yourself from collective patterns. Social pressure to conform serves important functions in maintaining group cohesion and cultural stability, but it can become problematic when it prevents individuals from discovering and expressing their authentic nature. Every social group, from families to organizations to entire cultures, develops explicit and implicit rules about acceptable behavior, appropriate goals, and proper ways of thinking and feeling. These rules are often presented as universal truths or moral imperatives, rather than as preferences that serve the particular needs and comfort of the group. When you begin to question these assumptions or to express qualities that challenge group norms, you may encounter disapproval, criticism, or even rejection from people whose approval and acceptance you value. Family pressure to conform can be particularly powerful because it often involves the people who provided your earliest sense of security and belonging. When your individuation process leads you to question family values, pursue different goals, or express aspects of your personality that your family finds uncomfortable or threatening, you may experience guilt, shame, or fear of losing essential relationship. This family pressure often operates through subtle emotional manipulation rather than direct confrontation. You might encounter disappointed looks, expressions of concern about your choices, or suggestions that your changes are selfish or harmful to others. The message, whether stated explicitly or communicated indirectly, is that your authenticity threatens the family system, and that love and acceptance depend on maintaining familiar patterns. Professional environments often exert their own forms of conformity pressure, rewarding certain types of behavior, communication styles, and goal orientations, while discouraging others. If your authentic nature includes qualities that are undervalued in your professional context, such as creativity in a highly structured environment or sensitivity in a culture that prizes toughness, you may feel pressure to suppress these aspects of yourself in order to succeed or even survive professionally. Peer pressure operates through the desire to fit in and be accepted by your social group, whether this involves friends, colleagues, or community members. The fear of being seen as different, weird, or difficult can motivate you to conform to group expectations, even when these expectations conflict with your authentic preferences and values. Cultural pressure to conform includes the broader social messages about what constitutes success, happiness, and a meaningful life. These messages are transmitted through media, educational institutions, religious organizations, and other cultural institutions that shape your understanding of what you should want and how you should pursue it. When your individuation process leads you toward goals, lifestyle choices, or values that differ from dominant cultural patterns, you may encounter skepticism, criticism, or social isolation. The person who chooses creative expression over financial security, inner development over external achievement, or unconventional relationships over traditional family structures may face questions about their judgment, maturity, or commitment to social responsibility. The pressure to conform becomes particularly intense during transitional periods when you are most vulnerable to doubt and uncertainty about your choices. When you are leaving a familiar career to pursue something more authentic, ending a relationship that no longer serves your development, or making other major life changes, the voices of social disapproval can seem especially loud and compelling. Resisting social pressure to conform requires developing what Jung called the courage of individuation, the willingness to stand by your authentic nature, even when doing so involves social disapproval or temporary isolation. This courage is not about being rebellious for its own sake, but about maintaining commitment to your authentic development even when others cannot understand or support your choices. Developing this courage often requires finding sources of support and validation that are aligned with your individuation process rather than with collective expectations. This might involve connecting with others who are also pursuing authentic development, working with therapists or mentors who understand the individuation process, or finding communities that value authenticity and personal growth over conformity and social approval. It also requires learning to distinguish between legitimate feedback from others that might be helpful for your development and social pressure that is primarily motivated by others' discomfort with your authenticity. Not all criticism or concern from others represents unhealthy conformity pressure. Sometimes others can see blind spots or potential problems that you are missing due to your proximity to your own process. The key is developing the discernment to recognize when others' feedback serves your authentic development and when it represents attempts to pull you back into patterns that no longer serve your growth. Perhaps no obstacle to individuation is more universally challenging than the fear of standing alone, the deep terror of being rejected, abandoned, or isolated as a result of expressing your authentic nature. This fear has evolutionary roots in the reality that belonging to the group was once literally a matter of survival, and these ancient patterns continue to influence modern psychology even when the actual consequences of authenticity are far less dire. The fear of standing alone operates at multiple levels, from the immediate anxiety about specific relationships to existential terror about being fundamentally unacceptable or unlovable if you reveal who you truly are. This fear can prevent you from expressing authentic preferences, pursuing meaningful goals, or setting necessary boundaries, even when you clearly recognize that these changes would serve your development and well-being. At its deepest level, the fear of standing alone reflects what Jung called the archetypal fear of abandonment, a primal terror rooted in the infant's complete dependence on caregivers for survival. This early experience of total vulnerability creates psychological patterns that can persist throughout life, making any threat of rejection or disapproval feel like a matter of life and death, even when rational analysis reveals that the actual consequences are manageable. The fear becomes particularly intense when individuation requires you to differentiate from people who have been central to your sense of identity and security. Expressing authentic aspects of your personality that conflict with your partner's expectations, pursuing goals that your family cannot understand or support, or developing beliefs that differ from your religious or cultural community, can trigger profound anxiety about losing essential relationships. This fear is often compounded by what Jung called the collective shadow, the group's projection of its own rejected qualities onto individuals who threaten group cohesion through authentic self-expression. When you begin to individuate, you may become a repository for the group's anxieties about authenticity, change, and the challenge of maintaining connection while honoring individual differences. You might find yourself being labeled as selfish, irresponsible, or mentally unstable when you begin to express authentic aspects of your nature that challenge group norms. These labels can trigger intense shame and self-doubt, especially when they come from people whose opinions you value and whose love and approval you fear losing. The fear of standing alone can also manifest as what Jung called the fear of one's own greatness, anxiety about expressing your full potential because doing so might separate you from others who are not pursuing their own development with similar commitment. You may unconsciously dim your light or suppress your gifts to avoid triggering envy, resentment, or feelings of inadequacy in others. This self-suppression can feel like kindness or humility, but it actually serves no one's authentic development. When you fail to express your authentic nature and gifts, you deprive others of the inspiration and possibility that your example might provide, and you model the very conformity and self-suppression that prevents collective growth and authentic community. Overcoming the fear of standing alone requires what Jung called the development of inner authority, the cultivation of an internal source of validation and guidance that can sustain you during periods when external support is limited or unavailable. This inner authority emerges gradually through the individuation process as you learn to trust your own perceptions, honor your authentic preferences, and take responsibility for the consequences of your choices. Developing inner authority often requires grieving the fantasy of universal approval and acceptance. Most people harbor unconscious beliefs that if they are good enough, authentic enough, or skillful enough, they can express their true nature while maintaining the approval and support of everyone whose opinions matter to them. The reality is that authentic self-expression inevitably involves some degree of differentiation that not everyone will understand or support. Accepting this reality can be deeply painful because it means giving up the dream of having your authenticity validated by everyone you care about. But this grief is also liberating. because it frees you from the impossible task of being true to yourself while also meeting everyone else's expectations and comfort levels. The fear of standing alone can also be addressed through what Jung called finding your people, discovering communities and relationships that can appreciate and support your authentic development, rather than trying to force your authenticity to fit into contexts that cannot accommodate it. This often involves expanding your social connections beyond family of origin, childhood friends, or professional colleagues to include people who share your values, interests, and commitment to personal growth and authentic self-expression. These relationships provide the support and validation needed to sustain you through the challenges of individuation, while also offering models of what is possible when people commit to becoming their true selves. Perhaps the most subtle but pervasive obstacle to individuation is what Jung called the comfort of unconsciousness, the psychological inertia that keeps you trapped in familiar patterns, even when these patterns no longer serve your authentic development and may actually be creating suffering and limitation in your life. Unconsciousness, in Jung's understanding, does not simply mean lack of awareness, but rather the state of being driven by psychological forces that operate below the threshold of conscious recognition and choice. When you are unconscious, you are not actively choosing your responses to life situations, but rather reacting automatically according to inherited patterns, unexamined assumptions, and unconscious identifications. This unconscious functioning can feel comfortable because it requires no effort, no difficult choices, and no responsibility for examining and potentially changing patterns that may have become deeply ingrained in your personality and lifestyle. Unconsciousness provides the illusion of simplicity and clarity because it eliminates the complexity and uncertainty that conscious choice-making inevitably involves. When you begin to wake up to unconscious patterns and consider making changes that would serve your authentic development, you often encounter what Jung called resistance to consciousness, a psychological force that works to maintain familiar patterns even when these patterns are clearly problematic or limiting. This resistance manifests in countless ways, from simple procrastination about making important changes to elaborate rationalization systems that explain why your current patterns are actually optimal and why attempting to change them would be foolish or dangerous. You might find yourself making excuses about why now is not the right time to pursue authentic goals, why your current relationships are actually fine despite clear evidence of dysfunction, or why changing careers would be irresponsible despite deep dissatisfaction with your current work. These rationalizations often contain enough truth to be convincing, while serving the primary function of avoiding the uncertainty and effort that conscious change requires. The comfort of unconsciousness also manifests through what Jung called the addiction to suffering, the tendency to remain in clearly problematic situations because the familiarity of known suffering feels safer than the uncertainty of unknown possibility. This pattern is particularly common in relationships, career situations, and lifestyle choices that provide a certain predictable misery that feels more manageable than the risk of pursuing authentic happiness and fulfillment. Many people unconsciously prefer the suffering they know to the joy they don't know, because suffering at least provides the illusion of control and understanding, while joy and authentic fulfillment often require surrendering control and trusting in possibilities that cannot be guaranteed in advance. The comfort of unconsciousness is also maintained through what Jung called the collective conspiracy against individuation, the unspoken agreement among groups of people to avoid examining their patterns too closely or supporting each other's authentic development too enthusiastically. This conspiracy operates through mutual reinforcement of each other's rationalizations, shared complaints about how difficult life is, and subtle discouragement of anyone who begins to question established patterns or pursue authentic change. You might notice this dynamic in social groups that bond primarily through shared complaints about their circumstances, while showing little interest in exploring what changes might be possible, or in families that discourage individual growth and authentic self-expression, while maintaining the fiction that loyalty requires accepting dysfunction and limitation. Unconsciousness can also be maintained through what Jung called spiritual materialism, the use of psychological or spiritual concepts to avoid rather than promote authentic development. This might involve becoming fascinated with theories about growth and transformation while avoiding the actual work of examining and changing problematic patterns, or using spiritual practices as escape mechanisms rather than tools for increased consciousness and authentic self-expression. The comfort of unconsciousness becomes particularly seductive during difficult periods when consciousness would require facing painful truths about yourself, your relationships, or your life circumstances. It can feel much easier to numb yourself through various forms of addiction, distraction, or busyness rather than sitting with the discomfort of recognizing what needs to change and taking responsibility for making those changes. Overcoming the comfort of unconsciousness requires what Jung called the love of truth over comfort, the willingness to face whatever realities emerge from honest self-examination, even when these realities are uncomfortable, inconvenient, or challenging to your established sense of identity and security. This love of truth often develops gradually through the painful recognition that unconscious living ultimately creates more suffering than conscious living, even though consciousness requires more effort and involves more uncertainty. As you begin to notice the cost of remaining unconscious in terms of missed opportunities, damaged relationships, and the gradual erosion of vitality and authentic self-expression, the motivation for consciousness naturally increases. Developing the motivation for consciousness also requires recognizing that the security and comfort that unconsciousness appears to provide are largely illusory. Unconscious patterns may feel familiar and predictable, but they often create exactly the kinds of problems and suffering that consciousness can help you avoid or address more effectively. The person who remains unconscious about their tendency to choose unavailable partners will likely continue to experience relationship disappointment and loneliness. The individual who avoids examining their career dissatisfaction will probably continue to feel trapped and unfulfilled professionally. The family that refuses to address dysfunctional patterns will likely perpetuate these patterns across multiple generations. True security comes not from avoiding consciousness, but from developing the skills, self-acknowledge, and inner resources that allow you to navigate life's challenges with greater wisdom and effectiveness. This security is earned through the gradual development of what Jung called conscious competence, the capacity to recognize what is happening in your inner and outer life, and to respond in ways that serve your authentic development and well-being. The journey out of unconsciousness is not a destination you reach once and then maintain forever, but an ongoing process of increasing awareness, choice, and responsibility that continues throughout your entire lifetime. Each new life stage, each major transition, and each significant challenge provides opportunities to develop greater consciousness while also presenting temptations to retreat into unconscious patterns that feel safer but ultimately limit your growth and authentic expression. As you continue to awaken from the comfort of unconsciousness, you discover that consciousness, despite its challenges and demands, offers rewards that unconscious living can never provide. The vitality that comes from authentic self-expression, the satisfaction of meaningful relationships based on genuine intimacy rather than unconscious projection, the sense of purpose that emerges from pursuing goals that truly matter to you, and the peace that comes from living in alignment with your deepest values and authentic nature. These rewards do not eliminate the challenges and uncertainties of conscious living, but they provide the motivation and sustenance needed to continue the ongoing work of individuation, despite the obstacles and difficulties that this process inevitably involves. The path of individuation is not for everyone, at least not in the same form or at the same time in their lives. Jung recognized that some people are naturally drawn to this work of becoming conscious and authentic, while others may be called to it only during particular life stages or in response to specific crises that make unconscious living no longer sustainable. But for those who feel the call to individuate, to become their true selves in the deepest sense possible, the obstacles of social pressure, fear of standing alone, and the comfort of unconsciousness represent challenges to be met rather than reasons to abandon the journey. Each obstacle overcome increases your capacity for authentic self-expression and your ability to contribute your unique gifts to the larger human community. The individuation process ultimately serves purposes that extend far beyond personal satisfaction and achievement. When you do the work of becoming your authentic self, you not only heal and fulfill your own potential, but also contribute to the ongoing evolution of human consciousness and the expansion of what is possible in human development and creative expression. Your individual journey toward wholeness becomes part of the larger human story of awakening, growth, and the gradual movement toward greater consciousness, authenticity, and creative collaboration. This understanding can provide meaning and motivation that sustain you through the inevitable challenges and uncertainties of the individuation process. As you rest now in the recognition of your own deep calling toward authenticity and wholeness, feel the presence of the eternal human drive toward becoming more than what you currently are. This drive operates within you as a force of nature, as natural and inevitable as the growth of a tree toward sunlight or the flow of a river toward the sea. The obstacles you encounter are not evidence that you are on the wrong path, but rather natural challenges that serve to strengthen your commitment and deepen your understanding of what authentic selfhood requires. Each difficulty overcome, each fear faced, each moment of choosing consciousness over comfort contributes to your growing capacity for genuine self-expression and creative contribution to the world. The process of individuation is both the most challenging and the most rewarding journey you can undertake, because it leads not to perfection, but to wholeness, not to the elimination of difficulty, but to the development of the resources needed to meet life's challenges with wisdom, courage, and authentic presence. In becoming yourself, you discover not only your individual uniqueness, but also your fundamental connection to all others who are engaged in the same eternal human task of growing toward consciousness, authenticity, and creative self-expression. The journey is both deeply personal and universally shared, both a solo adventure and a contribution to the collective evolution of human possibility. Rest in this knowing and allow the deep wisdom of your own individuation process to continue its patient work of transformation, integration, and authentic expression, knowing that each step you take toward becoming your true self serves not only your own development, but the larger purposes of consciousness and creativity that are working through all of human existence toward greater wholeness, beauty, and authentic expression of the infinite potential that lives within each human soul.